We are expecting some major breakthroughs to come, like, talking about Indian pharmacopoeias to be appreciated, which is now being recognized globally by many people.
Well, certainly, let's talk to the lady also. As the Nigerian of the Indian origin, how proud do you feel receiving the Prime Minister? Yesterday we saw it was a rousing welcome for the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Modi ji. It's very great and proud moment for us. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
That was quite quick and spontaneous response. Thank you, Modi ji, for coming to Nigeria, because these people have been waiting to see the Prime Minister. Let me tell you, Sakal, that there are 50,000 Nigerians here, Indians in Nigeria, and they are coming from different places. Mostly they are residing in Lagos. Ramesh?
Right, we leave it there for now, Vishal, but we'll keep coming back to you for more as we go along. Right, time to bring in our guests who are joining us on this special broadcast. Joining us in the studio is Ambassador Mahesh Sachdeva, former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, and Dr. Abhishek Mishra, Associate Fellow, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses. Let me first turn to you, Ambassador Sachdeva. Now, you've served as Ambassador to Algeria and Norway, and also, like I said, a High Commissioner to Nigeria. Now, all three countries are major oil exporters. Nigeria, in fact, is the second largest oil and gas exporter and producer in Africa after Angola. You've also authored a book titled Nigeria, a Business Manual, first published in 2014. Ambassador Sachdeva, why don't you give our viewers an overview of India-Nigeria ties as they existed then and the last several years now?
I think the two countries are joined as Bollywood twins. There are so many commonalities and there's so many complementarities between them that it'll take a long time to narrate them. But basically, the two countries are quite similar. They're large. They have plenty of people. They are economically vibrant, and they are among the largest economies in the world.
Yeah.
Nigeria, for example, used to be in my time first largest economy in Africa. Now it's fallen to second, partly because of devaluation of its currency last year. India, as you know, is fifth largest economy in the world, and probably going to be third largest in next 3 years. Socially, the two countries are multi-ethnic, multi-religious societies. Democratic values are enshrined in their society, and there are commonalities in terms of institutions, in terms of legal basis. For example, what is called 420 in India is called 421 in Nigeria. So the Criminal Procedure Code and IPC were taken from India to Nigeria. The English is a common theme between the two countries. They don't feel stranger to each other. Now, in terms of complementarities, basically one can start with oil. We are the third largest importer of oil in the world. Nigeria is probably 9th largest exporter. So we used to be the largest buyer of Nigerian crude, and that we used to be a main component of bilateral trade. Now we have diversified to Russia, to United States, etc. So Nigerian crude demand in India has gone down. But then other drivers are picking up. Pharmaceuticals, they need us very much there. We're the largest supplier of pharmaceuticals to Nigeria. $500 million, if I remember it right, last year. Then again, you have investments, companies. India's appropriate technology is appreciated because the conditions are very similar to what is it in Nigeria. And we can go on, talk about textiles and food stuff. For example, at one time, Nigeria used to be the largest importer in the world for rice and also wheat and milk powder. And we were among the largest suppliers to them.
Okay, taking a cue from the major drivers that you spoke about, Ambassador Mahesh Sachdeva, let me quickly go across to Dr. Abhishek also. Having said that, you know, the complementarities that we see between India and Nigeria, India is the largest trading partner of Nigeria, Nigeria being India's largest trading partner when it comes to the African nations grouping. So, also, India is the largest investment base in Nigeria. The numbers look very good. In terms of deliverables and what is really expected, Dr. Abhishek, in this particular visit in this trade and oil space, what makes this visit very significant?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Certainly, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's visit is very significant. Nigeria is India's one of the 6 strategic partners in the African continent. There has been, we have noticed a complementarity, a continuity in Indian and Nigerian exchanges. Dr. S. Jaishankar earlier this year in January visited Nigeria as well, which was also historic. We also have been regularly at the level of National Security Advisor. We have been having the counterterrorism and strategic dialogue as well.
Right.
I believe we just had the 2nd edition. The first one we had in 2021. Trade, we have seen in terms of trade, there has been a decline due to India has been diversifying our import basket. But in terms of this visit, I think it comes at a very opportune time because of Nigeria's participation under Indian G20 presidency. We saw, and also Nigeria's participation in the recently concluded Voice of the Global South Summit.
Yes.
It was like very important in shaping the direction of both the outcomes. So we have seen, with African countries, we say that like the Indian diaspora is definitely the connecting bridge. It's a strategic asset for the Indian government. And that's certainly the case in Nigeria of the robust Indian diasporic community there, over 50,000 people. And there are about 5,000 Nigerians studying in India as well on various scholarships. So we see that this is a very, very opportune time, like in terms of expanding and cementing our bilateral ties. And in terms of what are the outcomes we are looking into. I mean, traditionally we have looked into manufacturing sector, oil, and of course pharmaceutical industry, but we are also trying to expand into new sectors like mining, for example, or space sector as well, and also maritime security as well, because Gulf of Guinea is known as a piracy hotspot. And many Indian ships also traverse through those waters. So along with the European Union, we have been doing joint patrols on the Gulf of Guinea, on the Niger Delta as well. So this visit comes at a very opportune time to cement our bilateral ties.
High Commissioner Sachdeva, if I may just put this visit in its proper context for our viewers joining us from around the world. Now, this builds on President Murmu's recent visit to 3 African countries, Algeria, Mauritania and Malawi. Now, incidentally, Algeria is the largest African country by area. Nigeria is the largest country in terms of population. Does it give you a sense that India is increasingly stepping up its engagement with Africa in general, and in this case, Nigeria?
I think so. I think that is Africa is important globally in more than one ways. Firstly, it's the only continent which has expanding population. Secondly, there's a huge infrastructure deficit, huge social and physical headwinds that it faces, which provides both opportunities as well as challenges to be met. Thirdly, it's a hotspot in many ways for Islamic fundamentalism, terrorism, and the coexistence of various ethnic groups in the Sahel region, for example, which bedevil the growth potential of this area. And let's not forget how Islamic radicalism spread from Somalia to elsewhere. And also in the North Africa or Sub-Sahel region, in Boko Haram in Nigeria, for example. All that be told, I think it is in our interest to expand the envelope of cooperation between us and the African countries. There we have so much similarity, so much of goodwill that we need to build upon and create win-win opportunities for growth.
Yes. Talking about goodwill, Dr. Abhishek, now diaspora element is also extremely significant, especially when we talk about the kind of the gamut of relationship that India has shared with Nigeria in the last many decades. Now, one of the largest in West Africa, that's the Indian diaspora. They are shining bright, around 50 to 60,000 strong Indian diaspora, and they really contribute to the Nigerian economy. And we've also talked about the people-to-people contact, which has been very enduring over the last many years. But this visit of Prime Minister Modi, the way we've seen, like always in any foreign land, Indian diaspora according such a massive grand welcome. How do you see this multiplying, the whole diaspora element, India and Nigeria? Abhishek.
Yeah. I mean, Indian diaspora in Nigeria, they are basically the second largest employer after the federal government in Nigeria. So Indian companies are. So there has been many generations of Nigerians who are right now in their 40s to 50s to 60s. They have been most of them have been taught by Indian teachers, or they have been treated by Indian doctors, or they have grown up watching Bollywood Indian movies as well. So the connect is very strong. It's very strong. The business community is very vibrant. We are in like the small and medium SME sectors there. We're trying to expand into other sectors, and in terms of the thing is, it's not just the diaspora engagement is going strong. At the same time, we are trying to look at particularly like the defense sector as well.
Yes.
It's also very important because as we know, under our Make in India program, we are trying to look into the African market for Indian defense exports. There has been interest shown by Nigeria to acquire LCA Tejas and also the light combat helicopter as well. And we also actually signed a $1 billion deal back in September 2023 with Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, DCOT.
Right.
So it's not just we are just only talking; we are putting the money also on the table. And our recently also a 33-member delegation also visited Nigeria as well in terms of look at opportunity. So both the engagements are going strong, not just diaspora but also defense and
security, considering Nigeria is grappling with their own set of security challenges. We're going to talk about that as well, but Abhishek and Ambassador Sachdeva, please stay with us. We've got some more stories coming up. Ramesh?
Indeed. Now, earlier, DD India's Vishal Barrister caught up with the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, G. Balasubramanian, in Abuja to find out more about the significance of Prime Minister Modi's two-day visit to the West African country.
India is the pharmacy of the world, and Indian pharmaceutical products are very popular over here, both because of its affordability and because of its efficacy. Indian companies have invested more than $4 billion in Nigeria alone in manufacturing pharmaceutical products in the country. We had a defense team come over here, defense manufacturers team come over here in the month of March. They had participated in an exhibition. They had identified certain areas in which they are working together. We have also offered some lines of credit in terms of purchase of some of our platforms. So these are things which are ongoing, and I'm sure will fructify in the near future. We have already supplied close to about $280 million worth of various equipments, including simulators, ammunition, and so on and so forth. And Indian products are looked very favorably in Nigeria. Indian companies have been present here for many decades. More than 200 Indian companies have invested $27 billion into the Nigerian economy. We, meaning the Indian companies, are the second largest employers of Nigerians after the federal government of Nigeria. Nigeria had been one of our largest oil suppliers. We used to buy nearly about $10 billion of oil, which because of various geopolitical reasons, there's a small change in that. So this is a two-way relationship that we are having, and I'm sure energy is something in which both the countries wish to cooperate and continue to further consolidate. It will only further grow.
And also, Indian companies are the second largest employer in Nigeria after the federal government, and more than 200 Indian companies, in fact, have also invested over the $27 billion in important and critical sectors in Nigeria. The two countries also share a very strong development cooperation partnership. The Nigerian president visited India last year, remember, for the G20 summit in September. In fact, my colleague Vishal also spoke to an Indian hotelier who has a chain of restaurants across Nigeria. Let's listen.
I'm in Abuja, the capital city of Nigeria, and there's a very strong connection between Nigeria and India, and it is called the Curry Connection. How? Let's find out. How did the journey start, and how do you feel that you have given employment to so many people here?
As a passion, we started our restaurant over here. In the last decade, we have started totally around 23 restaurants across Nigeria. We have totally 900 Nigerian staffs working with us, and also another 60 expatriates are there with us.
Let's talk to the staff. What's your name?
My name is Ernest Simeon.
Samuel, how long have you been with this company?
I've been here for almost a year.
Almost a year. How has been your experience?
My experience has been really wonderful. It's a wonderful company, and the opportunities which the company has given to its people and the way the company treats itself is a wonderful experience.
I have some Indians here. They are enjoying the food. Let's talk to them and find out. What's your name?
Shriram.
Shriram. Okay. Shriram, what is so special about the food here?
Food is amazing. I mean, it's taste of back home in India. So when you're so far away, 10,000 kilometers away from home, and you long for home food, Cilantro is the place to be.
From back home from India, we are in Nigeria having our home food. We feel at home, the food is amazing.
So there you heard from the lady. She is not the only one. There are many Indians and especially the Nigerians who enjoy the food here. But the important thing is that this man is not only minting money, yes, of course he is, but he's also giving employment to the local Nigerians and helping in the economy of the country. With cameraman Mukut Sharma in Abuja, this is Vishal Baristo for DD India.
Right, we still have with us our guests, High Commissioner Sachdev and Dr. Abhishek Mishra. High Commissioner Sachdev, we discussed about the political aspects, the economic aspects of the bilateral relationship. If you could also talk a bit about connectivity. Now, we're given to understand that there are no direct flights between India and Nigeria as of this moment. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no Indian banks presently operating in Nigeria.
That's true. I think these are the kind of handicaps which make trading and economic exchanges more expensive. People contact become slightly more difficult because people have to travel through third countries. Banking relations need to be engaged through a third country bank, and that raises the cost. So all that told, I think it's a tribute to the resilience and persistence of Indian exporters, Indian traders, and Indian service providers that they have overcome these handicaps and have still made India a big power in Nigeria in their own way. Now, to help them, it'll be good if Prime Minister's visit yields these kind of initiatives, having an Indian bank there, having direct flights from India to Nigeria, and having direct maritime link would be a priority. I think it'll raise our profile. It'll also lower the cost of exporting, make us more competitive in services such as education, healthcare, etc., where people have to travel a lot.
Abhishek, we're given to understand that Indian firms in Nigeria are in diverse fields. You talk about pharmaceuticals, you talk about hoteliering, engineering goods, electric, machinery, etc., communications, telecom. What makes this visit of Indian Prime Minister more important from the Nigerian perspective, given the kind of collaborations that we already have in place, like in education sector? There's a huge chunk of Nigerian students that come to India every year, so on and so forth. For them, this is also very important. If you could just press your unmute your system. Yeah,
absolutely. Not just from the Indian side, but from the Nigerian side as well. This visit is crucial, particularly because what India offers is a very unique developmental model. India and Nigeria, we share similar developmental challenges, as we know. What we offer is a developmental model with whom they can relate with, unlike some other Southeast Asian kind of countries, etc., whatever they offer, which we can understand. So from their perspective as well, in terms of the problems that's happening currently in the Sahel region, India has some experience regarding that, in terms of mediating as well, if we want to do it. So not just from an Indian perspective, the message is very clear that Africa is rising, and India is actually betting on Africa's rise as well.
And from African perspective?
And from an African perspective as well, India, as we know, of course, they will want to try to get the most out of what India offers, or what a country like China also offer. But what we offer is something very unique. We have a similar language, we have the same developmental challenges. So this visit, it comes at a very opportune time where we can consolidate our ties further.
Indeed. High Commissioner Sachdev, Dr. Mishra referred to China. That gives me a perfect segue to my next question to you, High Commissioner Sachdev. We see and read a lot about a competition or a contestation between various extra-regional players on the African continent, in this case China. How do you see the relationship developing between India and Africa as compared to, say, Africa's ties with China as they exist now and going forward as well?
I think likes have to be compared with likes. Chinese model is very different from Indian model, and as Abhishek said, we are better fit for Africa, partly because the economic and social conditions are very similar. Chinese have gone on a scale binge, 10,000 tailors sewing shirts under the same shed. This would not be possible in Africa normally, because there is no power, there is ethnic diversity, and there are other logistical challenges, for example. So Indian small scale industry, medium scale industry model would fit better in terms of diversification, in terms of technology, and in terms of market conditions. Once again, Indians, as you yourself put on the screen, Indians employ a lot of locals, while Chinese almost never do. They bring everyone from China, and that creates a certain amount of distance between Chinese and the locals. Once again, there you also have in terms of durability of products produced, quality, and appreciation. I think we are a bit ahead. Then there are areas where Chinese can't match us: healthcare, IT, education, management are the forts that we have, and thanks to use of English, Indians have better understanding of Nigeria and vice versa, so that helps. Culturally too, soft power of India is paramount. Right. We Indians have been there for nearly 125 years, and Indians are well regarded institutionally too. Our standards, our ways of conducting ourselves politically and socially are appreciated as a role model, and very often compared with their own benchmarks, etc. So all that told puts us in a different category.
Right, right.
Sorry, Seko, just to put this, just an anecdote to share here. Both our guests contrasted India's ties with Africa with that of China.
Yeah.
Now, they say that, as the saying goes, China gives the Africans the fish, but India, in contrast, teaches the Africans how to fish. That's more sustainable in the long term.
Yes. So, having said that, Abhishek, if you just take a cue from what Ramesh, my colleague, just said, that India is the best fit, and what all India under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi brings to the table in the sense that the big picture that we see, the messaging that Indian Prime Minister choosing Nigeria, and we will see finally at the end of the visit, if at all there are any MOUs, and how this relationship will move on to level next. This in terms of India leading the global South forefront, India choosing Nigeria, and Nigeria also choosing to honor Indian Prime Minister with one of their prestigious awards. So what is the message that goes across?
The message is simple and clear. Nigeria is not just the most populous country in the African continent, it's also the second largest power. And we both are, and along with India, we both are federal democracies. We have had a long, rich tradition, rich history. Diaspora engagement is strong. And particularly, the visit assumes more significance, especially after the fact that under the Indian presidency, the African Union got inducted into the G20.
Exactly,
So now it's a G21, which was a very big win for India, a diplomatic win for India. Now, in terms of the new areas, certainly in terms of customs union agreement, in terms of our JAM Trinity as well, digital partnership, though settling trade in local currencies, and as Ambassador Sachdeva mentioned, that connectivity, we need direct connectivity. In terms of contrasting about the other, not just China or any other country's engagement, the Indian engagement with any country, not just in Africa, not just with Nigeria, we often get compared to our neighbor up north. But that, I think, completely defeats the purpose, because in my belief, India's actions in Africa, in any country, is not informed by the actions of any other third power. They bring their own set of capabilities to the table, which the Africans appreciate. We also do the same. We have our own comparative advantages in terms of human resource development, pharmaceutical manufacturing, etc., and also increasingly more and more defense sector as well. So our actions are not guided by what any third country in Africa is doing. We are focusing on our own advantages, and this visit by Sri Narendra Modi will only further consolidate our ties.
Indeed, High Commissioner Sachdeva, as Dr. Mishra was pointing out, India's ties with Africa stand on its own legs, so to speak. But there was a time when India did not have too many embassies or high commissions on the African continent as a whole. But today we are given to understand India as an embassy or high commission virtually in all the 53 countries are represented. So do you think that's a big step forward in terms of India's outreach to the larger African continent?
I think it is. And a beginning has been made by being physically there. When I was High Commissioner to Nigeria, I had to also concurrently handle Chad, Cameroon and Benin. The ambassador, the High Commissioner before me had 2 other countries as well. So given Nigeria being largest population in Africa, and relatively small size of our establishments in these countries, it was difficult to peel away attention and go to Chad or Cameroon or to Benin. So now that we have a separate embassy in Chad and separate embassy in Cameroon, I think they would be able to pay more attention to this bilateralism. Again, being physically there has no substitute. All that needs to be done is to fortify the small outposts that we have created in the name of embassy. Sometimes they are very rudimentary. It will in due course become bigger, and the work would expand. And I think we need to look forward to it. We also should make better use of our diaspora.
Okay.
Nigeria, from the Nigerian perspective, as Ms. Bhatt had asked, we are the largest non-African community in that country.
Right. And major drivers of their economy, so to say.
Exactly.
Yes.
But there's no other non-African ethnicity in Nigeria larger than Indians. And they are quite rich. They come in various sizes. Some of them went to Nigeria 125 years ago. Some of them are latecomers. Most of them are experts or professionals, chartered accountant, teachers, engineers, etc. There are no manual workers from India, unlike Gulf in Nigeria.
Okay.
So Indians are rather well regarded. They are even regarded as affluent. And I think the symbolism that creates is that here is a small, low-key community in absolute numbers, but relative to Nigeria's population, 50,000 out of 22 crores is not a very big number. But they have
significant presence and contribution.
And they have in their own way created prosperity in Nigeria for themselves as well as for the Nigerians. So this is replicated in many countries, including those where English is not spoken, which are not part of the Commonwealth. For example, Chad or Cameroon or Benin are French-speaking countries. But they have pockets of Indians which have assimilated themselves pretty well, speak local language, and create synergies. Now, I should say that Prime Minister, being such a savvy person when it comes to connecting to diaspora, would be a great persuader that those Indians who have the capacity to contribute to making a solid bridge between India and Nigeria, for example, are able to contribute.
So, sir, since you've been there, you've served in these nations, and the whole diaspora dimension under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the way it's, your thoughts on it. It's very interesting to understand how this whole social, soft, people-to-people connect, the diaspora dimension has added so much of depth to the already existing diplomatic ties to the major economies and otherwise also.
I think it's...
And I think we are now, we will take the dance a little later. Let's quickly go live across to Abuja. Live visuals on your screen. Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, being accorded ceremonial reception, ceremonial welcome, special welcome at the presidential villa.
मोदी का आगमन, यहाँ उनका औपचारिक स्वागत किया जाएगा। ये दृश्य आप सीधे देख रहे हैं प्रेसिडेंशियल विला से।
Right, so if you're just joining us, we're getting you these live visuals of the ceremonial welcome accorded by the President of Nigeria to India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Namaskar.
Right, you are watching the ceremonial welcome accorded to India's Prime Minister in Abuja, Nigeria by the country's President. Sakal.
Yes, President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in his presence, Prime Minister of India being accorded that ceremonial welcome, which included the salutation in terms of 21 gunshots and, of course, the Indian national anthem. Ambassador, you would like to speak a bit about that Indian national anthem being played twice. Well, that would be the protocol there, but overall, how significant? I think this is also symbolic, and you know the symbolism, we were talking about it earlier, that symbolism also attached to this visit, that for Nigeria this is very, very important under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
I think from Nigerian perspective, it's the visit is very significant.
Yes.
Nigeria, it reaffirms to Nigerians that India is very interested in strengthening bilateral ties, which were declared strategic in 2007 when the last visit took place. They would also look forward to adding substance to it in very tangible ways. And there are, as I have already mentioned, there are areas of complementarity and there are areas of similarities that can be tapped for this purpose. The bilateral trade needs to be resuscitated through new drivers, and that is something Nigerians would be interested in. Nigeria has been under President Bola Tinubu since May last year, and President Tinubu was earlier governor of Lagos, which is the hub economically of Nigeria. He has taken since his presidency a number of very critical, long pending economic and political decisions which have created a bit of turbulence.
Okay.
For example, petrol and diesel prices have long been subsidized. He has suddenly removed those subsidies.
Okay.
Saving $10 billion per year for the exchequer. He has also freed the national currency of all foreign exchange controls.
Okay.
That has led to huge depreciation of the currency. Inflation has risen to 32% annually.
Okay.
Foreign exchange has become a bit scarce. Smuggling has become more endemic.
Insurgency, terrorism, Boko Haram
At the same time, High Commissioner, India has resumed rice exports to Nigeria as well.
Yes, we used to be the largest supplier of rice to this largest market.
Sir, we will just interrupt you here. Well, you see there Prime Minister Narendra Modi warmly being welcomed as both the leaders shake hands. Yes, His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Modi is in Nigeria upon the invitation of the President of Nigeria, and Indian companies dominating the economy of Nigeria, diaspora element being extremely significant, trade being the major driver or the component when we talk about the larger apparatus of India-Nigeria bilateral ties. This visit is important, coming up after the gap of long 17 years, last visit by the Indian Prime Minister in 2007, and now as we stay with these visuals, historic in many ways. Vishal, would you agree?
Very historic because it's not only a long wait but quite a welcome break for the Prime Minister's arrival here, and today, as you informed the viewers also, that Prime Minister has been awarded the second highest national award of Nigeria, which is the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger. This is given to the people who have given who have contributed significantly for the development of Nigeria, and it is mostly given to the people of the stature of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. In fact, Queen Elizabeth II was the first way back in the 60s, and now it is our very own Prime Minister. So definitely it's a very big development, and it shows the faith and respect that Nigeria has towards the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the leader of the global south. Sakal?
Viewers, on your screen, visuals from Abuja in Nigeria. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. Vishal, continue talking to us. Now let's talk a bit about Prime Minister Modi's itinerary for the day. It's a day-long visit in a way, but a lot being packed in those 24 plus few hours. Tell us more. What do we have now next? Vishal. All right, we'll try and go back to Vishal in a bit. But meanwhile, Ramesh, we were also discussing before we went live again to Abuja, the diaspora, sir, the diaspora dimension, adding so much of substance, symbolism and much more to the Indian diplomacy here in the context of Nigeria, but overall.
Yes.
Under the current dispensation. Yes.
I will stress the importance of diaspora.
Yes.
Nigerian diaspora, for example, in Nigeria's Indian diaspora, comes in 3 different shapes, 3 different ethnic groups, sub-ethnic groups. Few went while India was a colony, and so was Nigeria. So from late 1890s, Indians started going there.
If I could just interrupt you, with your permission, of course, if you could just, talk a bit about this. Now, this is important. Look at the warmth, and they're not perhaps meeting for the first time, but this is important. Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, the tallest leader when it comes to global South, and here you have the Nigerian President greeting him. Yes. What does this?
And just by way of context, Sakal, India invited Nigeria to the G20 summit held in New Delhi last year. And this year again, Brazil has invited Nigeria. So both leaders will be traveling onward to Brazil for this year's G20 summit as well.
So,
I think it's fair to say that Nigerians often look at India's experience to calibrate their own march towards the development issues. The President of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was, as I mentioned, Governor of Lagos, which is the economic hub of Nigeria. 90% of trade of Nigeria passes through Lagos, and most of the Indian community lives there. Some of them are mega rich.
Mega rich.
Yes. They hold the sinews of economic wealth and power there. So Mr. Tinubu has
as Abhishek just mentioned a while back, one of the largest employers there in Nigeria after the Nigerians themselves. Yes.
It's the industrial hub, it's the export-import hub and commercial hub. Nollywood is all there. In fact, you'd be surprised. Nigerian film industry is, in terms of numbers of feature films produced, bigger than Bollywood.
Okay.
But they are small, and in terms of quality, they have something to catch up to. But so, Mr. Tinubu, in his last avatar, has had interactions with Indian diaspora and is known to be appreciative of their role in contributing to Nigeria in general and state of Lagos in particular. And therefore, his wider interest in growth of ties between India and Nigeria in general and through diaspora in particular is quite well known. So one would like to have this manifest itself during the visit. Prime Minister's own connection with diaspora
It's phenomenal.
is well
Everywhere
known.
he goes.
Yes, he has
Yes.
added a new dimension to our diplomacy
Right.
by engaging wherever he goes consistently with the diaspora. And therefore, it makes two of them egging on the diaspora to take its role as a human bridge between India and Nigeria
Right, sir.
to its logical conclusion.
Right.
Now, as I was saying, there are three types of diasporas in Nigeria. First, who went before India's independence. These are mostly Sindhis and Gujaratis. They followed the Union Jack, went there in support of British colonialists, etc., and played a mediatory role between locals and the then British government. Second group followed after partition of India,
Okay.
when some followed their own relatives who had already settled in Nigeria to join them. Third wave came when oil prices went up in 73 after October War. Nigeria certainly had money but lacked professionals. These professionals came from India.
India, right.
And they stayed there, but Nigerian economy did not take off, and the oil prices started going back in early and mid 80s. So the economic conditions for the expatriates became less lucrative. Most of them returned. But lately, a new wave, piggy riding Indian companies and familiarity that you mentioned earlier of people being taught by Indians, treated by Indian doctors, etc., reverberating through the system.
And they coming here for training, develop the capacity building bandwidth that we have seen through this scholarship.
As well as medical treatment.
Yes. Yeah, right.
And education in universities, skilling, buying of machinery parts and trade goods and consumer goods, etc. So all that led to more of diaspora going. Right now, although power-wise, economic and etc. would be the first group who went 100 years ago.
Right.
But then professionals are larger in number, and interface between Nigerians and Indians is mostly through these professionals.
Right. So we've covered bilateral ties. Excuse me, High Commissioner Sachdev. If you were to take a step back and look at the multilateral engagement between the two countries, India and Nigeria, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nigeria is interested in becoming a member of the BRICS, and both countries are also interested in UN reform in particular.
You are right. Nigeria has its own self-image as the largest, most populous, and till recently biggest economy in the African continent, biggest black state in terms of 54 countries of Africa. So they are interested in finding their place in the sun, as is India. And they've been domestically preoccupied, institution building, economic stabilization, etc. As I mentioned, President Tinubu especially has been engaged in. So they have not paid as much attention, but they crave for their role being appreciated. They have been very large contributor to the UN peacekeeping forces in the world, as we have been. So those are the issues that join us together on a multilateral forum. They want Bretton Woods institutions to be reformed so that developing countries can get more loan, more credit from IMF and World Bank. And support the developments without all sort of onerous conditions. So all these things unite us. At the same time, we are two emerging countries. So the role that we seek is not held hostage to the past. And we want our new role to be recognized, future potential to be appreciated. Nigeria would be 500 million people by 2050.
Okay.
By the end of this century, if the current growth rate persists, they would be more populous than India.
Is it?
That's an interesting
So,
answer.
so
Yes.
all that put together shows the potential of the country. And I think urbanization, the way it's going in Nigeria, the youthful bulge of population that's coming through creates its own opportunities.
Right, right.
Lagos is biggest city of Africa. It vies with Delhi and Mumbai in terms of population. Even when Nigeria's own population is only 22 crores.
Okay.
So we have 10% of Nigeria living in Lagos, Greater Lagos alone. All that.
It's a
need to
former
be
capital,
factored.
by the way. They
It was
changed the
former
capital from Lagos
You're
to.
right, to decongest that city 30 years ago.
Okay.
When the oil started flowing and they had money, they created Abuja. But that is another part of the story.
In the meantime, High Commissioner Sajte, we're getting some more visuals from Abuja of the one-on-one meeting taking place between the two leaders, President of Nigeria and India's Prime Minister. Remember, this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Nigeria in 17 years. It was accorded a ceremonial welcome just a short while ago, and now the two leaders are holding one-on-one talks before the delegation-level talks begin.
On your screens, Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, holding talks reviewing the strategic partnership between India and Nigeria, the whole gamut of relationship and cooperation in various sectors. The two leaders discussing further avenues perhaps to enhance the bilateral relationship between India and Nigeria. Remember, India and Nigeria have been strategic partners since 2007 with growing economics, energy and defense and education collaboration. Earlier today, we also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi being accorded ceremonial reception by the Nigerian President. And now the two leaders holding one-on-one talk, and this is going to be followed by the delegation-level talks between the two sides. And as we stay with these visuals, Ambassador,
just to put this into context for our viewers, Sakal, for those who are not familiar with either India or Nigeria and their position in the world today, both countries have share a colonial past. They were former British colonies, and by extension they are members of the Commonwealth. Nigeria is the largest country in Africa in terms of population. India is the largest country in the world. Similarly, India is the fifth largest economy in the world, and Nigeria is the fourth largest in Africa.
Yes. Can we quickly go across to
Sure.
Abhishek also? I think he's also with us. Abhishek, well, your thoughts as the two leaders are reviewing the whole gamut of relationship. It's a one-on-one level talk which will be followed by the delegation level talks. Your thoughts. Now, are we seeing some sort of a shift or a reset, or this whole relationship moving to next level, India and Nigeria, considering the chemistry, the warmth, the alignment which already exists between the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Tinubu?
Yes, absolutely. This visit symbolizes the fact that we are trying to cement solidify our relationship even further. Just a couple of points, basically.
Sure.
See, I mean, as Ambassador Sajde mentioned, like by 2050, Nigeria is touted to be, I think, third largest country after India and China. So every year, naturally, every year we are seeing millions of Nigerians are joining the workforce. Now, that is where India comes in. I mean, Indian businesses with their extensive familiarity and knowledge of the African markets, including Nigeria, and our also expertise in human resource development capacity, we should be leveraging, we should be doing way much more than what we are doing. Of course, we have taken many steps in the right direction, but it's time to like cement the ties even further. And I hope like through this visit, it will mark a critical juncture where like we are able to ink some important agreements. The second thing is relates to India's lines of credit program. So we through Exim Bank we give African countries lines of credit, including Nigeria. African countries, they are the biggest beneficiaries of India's lines of credit. But after post-COVID, what we are seeing is that African countries, I mean, they are not willing to take on any more credit, basically. While we do give LOCs and we do give concessional credits, I think the time is now, the fashion is to look at much more unique ways of private financing, like that could be through blended finance or particularly through PPPs. We should be looking at those sorts of initiatives as well. Although the lines of credit program, of course, it has served Indian interests very well. It continues to do so. But in my personal opinion, I think we should.
But Abhishek, there's also this buzz about the possibility of providing defense equipment and lines of credit for military purchases. Not really jumping the gun, but do you see this sort of moving in that direction? But considering the defense and security cooperation we have been providing to the Nigerian side.
Yes, so we have been providing LOCs in order for them to buy Make in India product. But the problem is that most of those LOCs are being repurposed and being used for other sectors. So that is where I think we should try to think of more other ways of financing as well, much more unique ways, especially through PPP. Of course, it's in some places, of course, it's not easy to do businesses, but with some guarantees from Exim Bank, I'm sure there are a lot of Indian startups and entrepreneurs who are willing to explore especially a big market like Nigeria.
All right.
Right. Dr. Mishra, High Commissioner Sachdev, do stay on. Let me bring in my colleague Vishal Barrister, who is standing by in Abuja. Vishal, if you can hear us, walk us through what is happening around you as we speak. I believe the two leaders are about to hold delegation-level talks.
Well, Ramesh, before I answer to your question, even Vikas is fine because after all, we are all working for Vikas of both the countries, which means development in English. Yes, both leaders had one-on-one, and after that it would be followed by the delegation-level talks. The Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, is here, and he would also be holding talks with his counterpart in Nigeria. After that, we are expecting a press conference to be addressed by the Secretary East and also by the Secretary Centre and West Africa. So it is a very important day for both the countries because the visit was long due and there are some important issues that need to be addressed. Let me tell you that Nigeria has the oil resources which it has been exporting to India. So the bilateral trade is slightly tilted in favor of Nigeria, and India would like to correct it because India has been helping the Nigerian economy for a very long time, extending the line of credits and other things. Also, not only this, but because Indian companies are the second largest employer in Nigeria, so definitely India would like to take advantage of the situation and would like to work more upon, as Sakal was asking, on the defense sector, because India is now exporting defense products to around 100 countries. This is what the defense minister told in public, addressing the media. And that is the key area that we both countries are looking at. And digital economy is another very important sector that both countries would be looking at, because Nigeria would definitely like to take the advantage of the expertise that India has. And green energy is another important field for Nigeria. Yes, after the press conference, we are expecting the finale of the show, which is the community interaction with the Prime Minister. India has a 50,000 strong community here in Nigeria. So it would be an occasion for an opportunity rather for those who have so far missed having one-on-one in their own way with the Prime Minister. There were people there at the airport, there are the people here at the hotel, and now a section of the Indian diaspora has been invited at the Congress Hall at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel in Abuja. So it is going to be the grand finale for the day. But before that, important deliberations have to be worked upon. The 3 MOUs have already been inked by both the countries. But the one-on-one with the President of Nigeria, on whose invitation Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here, would set forth the blueprint of the future course of action. Ramesh?
Vishal, you spent the last several days now in Nigeria. Give us a sense of how much of India occupies the average Nigerian's mind space, as it were. High Commissioner Sachdev here in the studio was talking to us about Nigerian cinema, which is in a sense as big, if not bigger than Bollywood or Indian cinema. Talk to us about the Nigeria-India connect that straddles people-to-people ties between these two countries.
Well, absolutely, Ramesh. You've nailed it correctly. In fact, Bollywood is the largest producer of films around the world, and it is followed by the silver medal goes to Nigeria. And both countries have a long-standing relationship as far as cinema is concerned. They call it a creative economy. And the creative economy has a lot to do with the employment in both the countries. And in fact, Nigeria is taking a lot of help and training from the filmmaking world of India. And in fact, the Postcard series was fully shot in Mumbai. And we all know that Rema is quite popular even in India. Baby Calm Down was his very popular line. And he had a concert in India also. So India and Nigerian films, they are very close to each other. In fact, when we talk about the popularity of the Indian films, even film stars like Dharmendra, Jitendra, and also Shah Rukh Khan, and even Mithun Chakravarti, who has been recently awarded the highest film cinema award for the cinema, Dada Saheb Phalke Award, is very, very popular here. And Indian stars, they also hold their private concerts here. So both the countries are looking at this key area, which does not even connect both the countries, people-to-people contact, as India has been very vocal about. But also it would provide employment opportunities, because filmmaking is quite a field which needs expertise. The VFX effects that we have been using in some of the films, like from the south. So these are the areas that both the countries are looking at. And as I told you, Bollywood is #1 and Nollywood is at #2.
So India clearly occupies a lot of mind space, just to quote Ramesh, as far as the Nigerian minds are concerned there. But if you could talk a bit more about this event in the evening later today, Vishal, I think you already guessed it, which will take the center stage also. The diaspora element, what's the buzz like? You've been there talking to Indians. Indians are the, if I may be allowed to use the word, movers and shakers there. They are occupying, they are contributing to their economy. They have their own presence and what all they bring to the table. And today they're going to be addressed by their Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, absolutely, Sakal. Just want to finish with what Ramesh had asked. The film was Bahubali 1 and 2, in which VFX effects were used. Yes, the grand finale is in the evening with the Indian diaspora. In fact, this Abuja is the new capital. It is an administrative city, but the buzz lies there in Lagos, which is the industrial hub, and it's a port town. So a lot of Indians have come from Lagos. In fact, they have come with their families, and they are trying to just sneaking. Some of them there might not get a chance because of the limited occupancy, but still they are here somehow to have a sneak peek or even have a look enters the hotel or leaves the hotel, but in the evening, the Indian diaspora, they have come all the way from Lagos, which is 8 hours journey on road, which is quite far, but they have traveled by air to use this opportunity interacting with the Prime Minister. And also here in Abuja, they are there, and Indians are all over the place in Nigeria. Some of them have also come from the neighboring African countries like and also Kenya. So it is going to be a very fantastic moment. We were receiving the Prime Minister yesterday. He had a grand reception here at the hotel and at the airport. Now meeting the people here at the hotel, and it would also give them an opportunity to listen to the Prime Minister, because so far they have been lucky enough, some of them, to shake hands with them or to get an autograph, like you saw the lady who had made a sketch of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But now would be the time to listen to the Prime Minister, and people are so very anxious to hear to him, because it is not only about listening to the leader who has made India the voice of the global South, but also to the man who has given us a vision that by 2047 India would be a developed nation. Viksit Bharat. Ramesh, in your words, Vikas.
Indeed. And also, before we let you go, Vishal, you also sent us a report on cuisine, how popular Indian cuisine is in Nigeria. You spoke about the Curry Connect as well. Talk to us a bit, if you will, about the Curry Connect and also the other traditional Indian medicine, for that matter, or even yoga.
Well, when we talk about the soft diplomacy, yoga, films, and Indian medicine, they are all part of India's soft diplomacy. We all know how yoga is getting popular all across the world. But talking specifically about the Curry Connect, it is the spices that the people of Nigeria especially love. And we've seen how people are not only loving the food, but they're also getting employment opportunities here. In fact, I yesterday interviewed a gentleman who's from the down south, and he has employed around 900 Nigerians in his chain of restaurants. So definitely there's a Curry Connect here, and Curry Connect involves a lot of spices, which makes butter chicken very tasty, as some of them told me. And yes, the mutton, which is there, very popular here in Nigeria. So Curry Connect is there. Then the soft diplomacy of the Indian medicine and the yoga, along with the cinema, which is the backbone of the cultural connect between the two countries, is very much there.
Reiterating the complementarity that the two nations share. Thank you very much, Vishal, as of now, for joining us. And let's quickly go across to our guests, Mahesh Sachdeva, former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria in our Delhi studio, and also Dr. Abhishek Mishra, who continues to stay with us. Before I go to High Commissioner, sir, Abhishek, a bit on the expectations and how the talk is going to, or the conversations are going to revolve around boosting trade, diversity, economic exchanges. We already have economic defense that we share, but then overall, because it's important to understand the collaboration and convergences, or a new set of ideas that might emerge. One-on-one talks have concluded perhaps, and we are now waiting for the delegation-level talks. So now it's the focus particularly shifting to the business
end of the visit,
the hardcore business on the table. Abhishek.
Yes, I mean, apart from all these sectors which we have already mentioned, like pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, and more recently defense and security sectors as well, I think what's important is not just our India and Nigeria's bilateral relations, but also actually the multilateral relations. Now, we know that under Prime Minister Modi, we have been advocating for reform to multilateralism of the global governance system. Now, the thing is, India has always supported what is known as the Common African Position, or what is also known as the Izulvini Consensus, which basically advocates for 2 permanent seats from African countries in the United Nations Security Council.
Okay.
And also in the and as well as African countries also, they support India's candidature as well. So apart from reform multilateralism as well, if we are talking about also especially the BRICS as well, September last year, Nigeria is already a partner country in BRICS. And in my personal opinion, in the near future, Nigeria will become a member of the BRICS plus grouping.
I'm afraid we lost that link with Dr. Mishra. We'll try to reconnect with him in just a bit. But we still have with us our other guest in the studio, High Commissioner Sachdev. High Commissioner, so we've covered more or less all the bilateral aspects of the ties, be it political, economic, people-to-people ties. But just to harp on the point that Dr. Mishra was trying to make there, Nigeria's interest in becoming a member of the BRICS, number one, and number two, the attempts by both India and Nigeria to reform the UN to make it fit for purpose, as it were.
I think we are on the same page with Nigeria on this. Nigeria has been active at the international stage, and let's not forget the WTO is currently headed by a Nigerian lady, and she was earlier Deputy MD of the World Bank at one time, and was Finance Minister and Foreign Minister of Nigeria before that. We also have a large number of Nigerians living abroad, particularly in UK and United States, mostly in professional capacities. So Nigeria's footprints are sort of everywhere.
Right.
If you talk about the diaspora of Nigeria, entire Caribbeans has link to Nigeria, because many of the people in Haiti went from Lagos area. They were as slaves and were settled there. So trading oil that Nigeria sells goes all over the world. It has its own requirements, which I mentioned at one time. Were the largest buyer of rice in the world, largest buyer of wheat in the world, and perhaps largest buyer of milk products. So all that makes Nigeria have a fairly deep and wide footprints all over the world. And therefore what happens, since it's so import dependent, whatever happens in the world economy has quick reaction or response impact on Nigeria. If the oil prices go down, the whole country's economy gets affected, because 95% of Nigeria's exports are crude based and LNG based. So all that brings Nigeria into the global stream, and therefore they are very interested in stability and in terms of getting opportunities for funds for development of their own country, financing the trade, etc., and stabilizing their own economy. Joining BRICS with its associate new World Bank, created with Chinese money mostly, is something that Nigeria feels would help them in this regard. So that is something which motivates them to join BRICS. And they do have a bit of sibling competition with South Africa. Okay, South Africa is already a member of the not only BRICS but also G20.
G20.
So they feel that.
And in the UN, High Commissioner, does Nigeria see itself as a potential contender or claimant to a UN SC membership? When you talk about South Africa, perhaps Egypt and possibly Nigeria? I mean, is it in the reckoning?
It's a very complicated issue among 54 African countries. Left to themselves, each one of them from Lesotho to Nigeria would like to be UN Security Council member, representing 54 countries of Africa. But the ambitions at the national level somehow do not find salience or cohesion in Addis Ababa at African Union.
But the ambitions of Nigeria in particular, and Nigeria being an integral driver when it comes to the larger grouping of African nations, for that and for those aspirations in a global South sense of settings, Nigeria needs India more than we need them.
I think
Because this visit has that symbolism also attached to it, so would you agree?
well, it's fair to say that from our perspective, but from Nigerian perspective, India needs support of 54 countries if it was to become a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Africa's vote would count.
Right.
And unless there is a consensus on the terms of reference that Africa should have to give its consensual support to expansion of the UN Security Council, it's not happening.
It's not happening.
So to create that consensus, I think Nigeria is very important.
Right.
As the biggest, most populous country in Africa, and as a representative of the black Africa. South Africa is not
Fully
essentially
black.
a black country. It has majority of blacks, but then it is a very peculiar country. None of the other 53 countries think South Africa adequately reflects the continent. South Africans would like to be the representative of Africa, but most sub-Saharan Africans would rather have Nigeria or someone else to represent them.
Ramesh?
Right. Dr. Mishra, High Commissioner Sachdev spoke about two principal handicaps when it comes to India-Nigeria ties. One, in terms of connectivity, the absence of direct flights, and two, in terms of economic relationship, there are no Indian banks operating in Nigeria today. In that context, there's also another related aspect of digital connectivity. There's scope for doing more on that front, especially given how UPI is becoming popular across the world. India's IT prowess or expertise, and also the other emerging technologies that are engaging the attention of much of the world as we speak.
Absolutely. India's push has been to, export our digital solutions to African markets. Already in a country like Mauritius, UPI is already operational. And there has been, not just Nigeria, there have been many other African countries who have shown interest in exploring the possibilities of using the Unified Payments Interface System. As I mentioned earlier, our JAM Trinity. So bottlenecks are certainly there, especially in terms of almost nil, zero banking presence, and also in terms of no direct connectivity. But given the right push, I think we are in a position to, let's see what are the exact outcomes of this visit, what kind of documents do we sign. I'm aware of signing a customs union agreement as well. In terms of survey corporation also we are going to sign. So the visit is important. Let's hope that it comes up with much more practical solutions to these already bottlenecks. And yes, green growth and as well as digital connectivity is currently one of the two new sectors which we are exploring, particularly not just with Nigeria but with other African countries as well.
Abhishek, earlier we also touched upon the security and defense cooperation, and then of course we had to cut short that bit of a conversation because we had said live feed coming now. A bit more on that, for the fact that we know that Nigeria is grappling with their own set of security challenges, insurgency, terrorism like Boko Haram, and what we are given to understand that there is already an NSA level dialogue apparatus in place between India and Nigeria. Do you think in the conversations this will also sort of come up, because since we are talking or touching upon the challenges respectively, but for Nigeria this is more important?
Absolutely, because Nigeria is a regional powerhouse in West Africa, and what we know is that in the Sahel region there's been a lot of plurilateralism which is coming up in terms of 2-3 countries coming together, bandwagoning and joining together and creating a common alliance in terms of economic and defense partnership. Now, Nigeria being such a regional powerhouse, obviously the regional countries are looking up to Nigeria and Nigerian leadership through the ECOWAS economic community for West African states through there to sometimes mediate between all these dialogues and all. And where India comes into the picture is that again due to the Indian diaspora, because of what the Indian diaspora is doing in the how instrumental they have been in the economic development of Nigeria. So of course you have to bring in all the stakeholders. Defense, we do Africa India Free Funding Exercise, AFINDEX. We also do India Africa Defense Ministers Conclave, which happens concurrently with the DEF Expos. I think already 2-3 editions we have done of that. So these are new initiatives, and the good thing is that these are not ad hoc initiatives. These are what we are seeing continuity.
Continuation,
so, continuity, that's a very important term when it comes to India as an African engagement. Like recent President Draupadi Murmu's visit, as well as NSA level as well. Harshvardhan Shringla also had held meetings recently. So it's all throughout the continent, and defense, as I mentioned, they have shown interest in LCA, Tejas, and also Dhruv, advanced attack helicopters. But unfortunately, Nigeria has, although they have shown interest, but they decided to go ahead with the Turkey's attack helicopters. But I'm sure, after some bureaucratic difficulties are worked out, I'm sure Nigeria is certainly a market where it's certainly a target market for in terms of India's defense export.
Right. We would like to just, just to put this in context before I hand it over to you, Ramesh, that there is already an existing mechanism of collaboration in military training where Indian officers are assisting in the establishment of these institutes in Nigeria. Now, this is important. Right. In their key defense institutions, sir, would you like to perhaps throw light on that, including the National Defense Academy and the Naval War College?
Nigerian Defense Academy is the only establishment in the world which India established abroad.
Okay, that's interesting.
This was done in mid-60s, and while I was there in 2011, the first batch that graduated out of it decided to honor the Indian commandant, Brigadier General Verma, with a citation. To receive that, I was invited. And there was a retired, teary-eyed Nigerian Navy officer who said, "High Commissioner, I want you to know that but for Brigadier Verma, I may not have been there in the armed forces." So he explained that soon after they joined, physicals were done, and 3 of the cadets were found to be below the minimum height standards. And the file was moved up to Brigadier Verma for their dismissal.
Okay.
Unexpectedly, the file came back with Brigadier Verma having scribbled on it, "They are young, they will grow," and signed, "No need to dismiss." And this was narrated by that Navy officer, retired. And I asked him, "Sir, and what did you retire as?" He said, "I was chief of Nigeria's Navy." So that is how deep the appreciation goes. 7 of the 16 presidents of Nigeria were trained in India as defense officers.
Oh, there's so much.
So much to link up between the two defenses.
Yeah.
When you saw the Guard of Honor, you could have thought of the instructions being loudly said to be similar to an Indian Guard of Honor.
21 gunshots.
That is universal, but the Kandhe Shastra, etc., were quite similar. When the Nigerian military officers of that generation met each other in my presence, they said to each other, Shabash!
Right, High Commissioner, do stay on. We're getting some more visuals, this time of the delegation-level talks between the two sides, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Tinubu of Nigeria. These are the latest shots that's becoming available to us from Abuja, Nigeria.
Prime Minister Modi's visit in all likelihood will will focus on expanding cooperation in key areas such as trade, defense, culture, education. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the presence of the President of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Delegation level talks being held between the two sides. Earlier we saw the one-on-one between the two leaders of India and Nigeria, and now the delegation level talks led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. We can also see on our screens Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of India, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Foreign Secretary, and the top leadership from the Indian side, MEA. The delegation being led by Prime Minister Modi.
Indeed, one can expect both sides to discuss about all issues of interest or concern to both Abuja and New Delhi, including but not limited to energy security, food security, maritime security, defense and security as well, in addition to people-to-people ties, trade and investment, banking cooperation as well, possibly in the talks that will take place, and also multilateral cooperation in BRICS, in the UN, and also within the Commonwealth, because both countries share a colonial power. They were former British colonies and members of the Commonwealth. So in all, it's going to be an eventful delegation level talks, which holds promise of taking the relationship to an even higher level in the days and months ahead.
Several MOUs are expected to be signed. We will wait for the official confirmation. Areas such as culture, geological survey, digital public infrastructure, traditional medicines, customs, audiovisual cooperation, so on and so forth. So we're going to, yes, we're going to wait for an official word on that as we speak. The delegation level talks are underway between the two sides.
In the meantime, let's pull up some more news for our viewers, Sakal. Our colleague Vishal Barrister caught up with T. Venkat Subramanian, the General Secretary of the Indian Pharmaceuticals Manufacturers and Importers in Nigeria, to find out more about the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit on pharmaceutical industries in the African country. Take a listen.
The global presence of Indian pharmaceutical industry is very strong. We are always called as the pharmacy of the world. And the Indian pharmaceutical companies are doing extremely well in the Nigerian market, and particularly we also have an association called Indian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Importers, which I also represent as a General Secretary. In fact, this visit was something which we were waiting for, and we are expecting some major breakthroughs to come, like talking about Indian pharmacopoeias to be appreciated, which is now being recognized globally by many people.
Right, so they were listening to the Indian representative who was speaking about India-Nigeria cooperation in the pharmaceutical sector, which, by the way, is a key component of the bilateral trade volume between the two countries, India and Nigeria. Let's go back to the visuals again of the delegation-level talks taking place in Abuja, Nigeria, between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the President of Nigeria, Mr. Tinubu.
And High Commissioner, sir, as we stay with the visuals, in the context of Nigeria's need or expectations from India, there's also this talk about the technological infrastructure advancements that they would like to, take or learn from India, or have some sort of a more robust understanding and arrangements.
I think there are many gains from not having to reinvent the wheel in Nigeria. Indian experience, expertise is relevant because the conditions, social, economic and logistical, are quite similar to what Nigeria has. Once again, they are fascinated by India's leapfrog over the existing logistical difficulties in IT sector, for example. They don't. Bangalore may still have potholes, but the Bangalore is a global hub for IT and ITES. They would like something similar to happen to Nigeria. It will take a long time for Nigeria to have first-rate infrastructure. They don't have to wait that long. Jobs have to be created, people have to be deployed, and new growth models have to be created. And that's where Indian experience comes in.
Yes.
In softer sectors, harder sectors as well. They're fascinated by the way we are creating national highways.
I see Indian experience in a lot of fields there, almost everything.
Most of them. NHAI, for example, is creating roads by not investing government money. Contractors are supposed to build and then earn money through toll collections over the next 10 years, 15 years, etc. And that fascinates Nigerians. Power situation in Nigeria continues to be difficult. You'll be surprised, Nigeria's population is 22 crores and Delhi's population is 1/10 of that. But the total electricity consumed in Nigeria is equal to what Delhi consumes.
Okay.
So in terms of per capita power availability, it is around 1/10 of a Delhiite's. They would like this to be helped, and they are a gas and oil rich country. So they should be possible for them to generate more power instead of flaring gas. So all those issues are pertinent. They want to saddle over all these, and Indian models, including CNG, LNG, etc., being used, solar power, wind power, the way they have gone up in India in a sustainable manner could be a role model, and that is where I think we are very relevant to that country.
Yes.
Indeed, India has much to offer to Nigeria. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. Agriculture. Why does Africa's largest population have to depend on imports of rice, wheat, and milk powder, when Nigeria has such a fertile land and river basins which are well irrigated?
Okay. With your permission, I will just interrupt you for a second here, and I think Ramesh would like to go to Abhishek, but before that, on your screens, these are the latest visuals of the delegation level talks underway as we speak between India and Nigeria. You can see on your screens Nigerian President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, making his remarks. We'll get the details a little later, and here you have Prime Minister Modi there. All smiles, but these are smiles, but there's a lot of business element. That's the hardcore business on table. And Abhishek, if you could just like to come in here, the focus clearly shifting on business, and I think Prime Minister Modi of India also making his remarks. But Abhishek, these are the latest visuals. We stay with the visuals. Abhishek, please go ahead. Business on table, both sides, India, Nigeria.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is the first leg of Prime Minister Modi's tour. From here, I think he goes to Brazil and then Guyana. I mean, the diaspora. I mean, me and Ambassador Sadev, we have mentioned like the diaspora engagement is very robust. It continues to, and Nigeria is a very important, I might stress, partner, African partner for India. We have been continuously. I mean, I think the defining feature of our engagement along with diaspora is, I think, continuity. We have seen that like India has set up like the National Defence Academy in Kaduna and also the Naval War College in Port Harcourt. So these are all a testament to the strong ties and the affable relationship which we have. I would personally like to see more Nigerian students coming to India. the Indian Ministry of External Affairs, we already have back in 2018. We started the Study in India program. So we would like to see more students, not just from Africa but particularly from Nigeria, come and study in India as well. For that, some of the processes which needs to be taken care of, like EFFRO registrations and the issue of visa or overstaying. I mean, those things, through these meetings, it can be discussed and sorted out, then it will bode really well. Connectivity is of paramount importance. I really hope that that thing gets corrected, especially from Mumbai, Delhi and Ahmedabad. There should be direct flights because there is, as we know, such a vibrant Indian community there, more than 50,000. That's not a small number. And even just talking about Indian diaspora in Africa in general, it's over 3 million. And that is, although they are mostly in Eastern and Southern Africa due to our proximity, but still that is not a number to overlook. 3 million is quite a substantial number of PIOs and NRIs there would we have. So definitely we should be trying to leverage, and we should try to focus our attention on all these new areas like customs cooperation, survey cooperation, and also the security and defense engagement as well.
Indeed. So as we approach the business end of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Nigeria, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 17 years, let me turn to High Commissioner Sachdev for a brief comment on the state of trade and investment ties as they exist between India and Nigeria. High Commissioner, you've authored a book titled Nigeria, a Business Manual, first published in 2014 with a second edition coming out in 2018. Tell us a bit about the state of play in terms of the incentives for investments in Nigeria for Indian investors in particular.
I think Nigeria follows a fairly progressive and user-friendly policies to promote foreign investment. Full repatriation is allowed in most cases. The bureaucratic hurdles are less. They have their own independent Nigerian Commission for Promotion of Investments, which plays a vital role in registering foreign investments and promoting it and facilitating the issues connected with it. I think there is also a whole swath of bilateral fora. Nigeria-India Business Community, for example, there are various forums on which the two sides, businessmen on both sides, can join together. Then again, having a large diaspora with business engagements gives you an option of either investing on single-handed venture or in a joint venture. And if you want to do it in a joint venture, would you do it with an Indian who's already there in Nigeria as an investor, brings in experience onto the surface, onto this joint venture, or would you like to do it with a big Nigerian conglomerate? Those are the issues that need to be decided on case-by-case basis. Nigeria has its own, how should I say, dispersal. 36 states, and each one with a different language, different demands, and some of them in the north are Islamic, some others like Lagos and Port Harcourt are largely Christians. So those are the issues. Let me bring in an example. Sure. I won't give you the name, but soon in 2009, I learnt that a particular Indian group had purchased 3 cosmetic companies in Nigeria. So I happened to be in India those days on leave, and I greeted the chairman saying, welcome. He joined more than 100 Indian companies already there. So he invited me for lunch in Delhi. Next time he was there from Mumbai, and we sat down, and I said, Mr. Chairman, my opening question was, what new products are you going to introduce to Nigerian market? And there was a problem, because what he said was, we have succeeded a great deal in having male hair dyes in South Africa, where we introduced them. I think I'll do that first in Nigeria as well. So, well, I had to say what I had to say. I said, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's a good idea. Well, we had begun on a wrong note, and the chairman was not happy. He said, why? I said, because Nigerian male's idea of sartorial perfection is to shave his head before going to church or to mosque. He didn't believe me. Now,
So the
it was
utility
clear
of hair
that he was
dyes.
never been to
Information
Nigeria.
deficit.
He was never been to Nigeria. Next time we talked on phone, he was in Lagos and I was in Abuja, and I noticed that his tenor was different.
Different, yeah.
And he's seen shaven heads in Nigeria and was convinced that,
That
hair
particular
dyes were
project
not
is
a
not
good
needed.
idea.
Yeah. In education and capacity building, if it's just a quick focus for the viewers to just understand how the kind of distance that both nations have covered. Indian government annually offers at least 500 scholarships under the Cooperation ITEC program, and that's something, Abhishek, would you like to come in here very quickly, because we see a huge chunk of Nigerian students not only in Delhi but across India. So this is also a very it's a part of the robust understanding between India and Nigeria, and that's perhaps how and why we see the largest pool of professionals being Nigerian professionals being trained in India, and they go back and they add to their economy. India playing a critical role.
Absolutely. I think Nigeria has, over the decades, over the years, they have been a big beneficiary of Indian capacity building programs, particularly our ITEC program and also the ICCR, Indian Council for Cultural Research scholarships as well. We have been focusing, we focus on, as I mentioned earlier, human resource development is one of our advantage, and also IT sector as well. So in terms of Nigerian students, personally I think the slots should be increased. 500, for a country like Nigeria, such a big, large economy, I think it's a little less number. I hope in the future that can be corrected. But yes, capacity building, it has been the hallmark of obviously Indian engagement in Nigeria, and going forward, because of the kind of demand, because so many young Nigerians are entering into the workforce, so of course they want professionals, and studying in the Indian education system or being beneficiaries of such scholarships offered by the government of India, it's really helpful. There are many examples in other African countries as well, who have, it's all both, it's niche capabilities and capacities which are being developed. And in terms of the courses also which are offered, we have a program called the E-Vidya Bharati and E-Arogya Bharati program, which is basically, which was basically previously known as the Pan-Africa E-Network project, which is the brainchild of former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So that program, at least the tele education part of it, E-Vidya Bharati, that was a huge success. It was working in almost 47 African countries. We connected them, our Indian institutes like IGNU or AIMS Hospital.
So there's already an existing consolidated institutional framework and company support that India and Nigeria have shared over a period of time, Ramesh.
Right, and that, I was struck by the fact that he spoke about the Pan-Africa e-network project,
Yeah.
Sakal.
Yes.
It reminds me of another project, the telemedicine project. I don't know if either Dr. Mishra or High Commissioner Sachdev would want to weigh in on the status of the telemedicine project that India launched for Africa several years ago. Dr. Mishra, would you want to come in first?
Yeah, so the Pan-Africa e-network project had two components, which was one was the tele-education, another was telemedicine component. Under that we did provide continuous CMEs, continuous medical examinations, consultations for African doctors, etc. I think right now it's known as the Arogya Bharati program. It's the tele-education component is more popular amongst Africans than the tele-medical component. There are various reasons, I mean, in terms of, it's a one-way sort of a communication only from the Indian side to the African side. So if those processes are improved, I'm sure there will be much more, way bigger takers for these initiatives, but it's appreciated.
Right, let's take you back to Abuja, where we are given to understand we are standing by for some more inputs coming in.
Oremi. मेरे और मेरे डेलीगेशन के गर्मजोशी से भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। जैसे अभी बताया गया, 17 इयर्स के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री की ये यात्रा है और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मेरे तीसरे टर्म में मुझे प्रारंभ में ही नाइजीरिया आने का अवसर मिला है और आपके भव्य स्वागत का, मेजबानी का सौभाग्य मिला है। मैं इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले महीने नाइजीरिया में फ्लड्स में हुई जानहानि के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से और मेरी तरफ से संवेदनाएं प्रकट करता हूं। आपके राहत कार्यों के समर्थन में भारत 20 टन मानवीय सहायता भेज रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत और नाइजीरिया के बीच भारत और नाइजीरिया के बीच स्ट्रेटेजिक संबंधों को मजबूत करने में आपकी निजी प्रतिबद्धता, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि पिछले वर्ष भारत की अध्यक्षता में नाइजीरिया की पहली बार G20 समिट में गेस्ट कंट्री के रूप में जुड़ा और ये सौभाग्य हमको मिला और हमने मिलकर अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी। ये मेरे हिसाब से बड़ा ऐतिहासिक काम हुआ है। यह भी खुशी है कि नाइजीरिया को ब्रिक्स में पार्टनर कंट्री का दर्जा दिया गया है। मैं भारत की तरफ से इस महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि के लिए भी नाइजीरिया को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। यह आपके नेतृत्व में नाइजीरिया की विश्व पटल पर अहम भूमिका का परिचायक है। एक्सेलेंसी, नाइजीरिया के साथ अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को हम उच्च प्राथमिकता देते हैं। रक्षा, ऊर्जा, आर्थिक विषय, टेक्नोलॉजी, हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, कल्चर जैसे कई क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं में हमारा सहयोग मजबूत है और अनेक नई संभावनाएं भी हमारे इस संबंधों में जुड़ी हुई है। जैसे अभी हमने चर्चा की, आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद, पायरेसी या ड्रग तस्करी जैसी चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करते रहे हैं और मजबूती से हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे। नाइजीरिया में रहने वाले 60,000 से ज्यादा भारतीय समुदाय के लोग हमारे संबंधों में अहम कड़ी हैं। उनकी देखभाल के लिए एक गार्डियन के रूप में आप जो उनको संभालते हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की हमारी वार्ता से हमारे संबंधों में नया अध्याय जुड़ेगा और हम मिलकर वैश्विक स्तर पर ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को उजागर करते रहेंगे और हमारे संयुक्त प्रयासों से सफलता भी मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे नाइजीरिया के राष्ट्रीय सम्मान देने के लिए आपके निर्णय के लिए मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह सम्मान केवल मेरा नहीं, लेकिन ये सम्मान 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है और यह भारत नाइजीरिया के सदियों पुराने जो संबंध है, उन संबंधों का सम्मान है और इस सम्मान के लिए मैं नाइजीरिया का, आपके सरकार का और देशवासियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Prime Minister making his opening remarks there. Well, I think he started with a warm greeting in a local language. So perhaps High Commissioner could tell us more about it. But just to quickly go through the major operative portions or key areas that Prime Minister focused upon, he talked about, well, first of all, he said he thanked the President of Nigeria for inviting him to their country, and he said, I'm glad that this is happening in my third term. Then he also spoke about the months that left large scale of destruction in Nigeria, for which India has offered the assistance worth 20-ton human assistance, and he said that India and 140 crore Indians are standing with the people of Nigeria with complete solidarity. Prime Minister also talked about consolidation of strategic ties and how India, under its chairmanship during last year's G20, worked relentlessly in terms of the inclusion of African Union in G20. And he says, also Prime Minister mentioned, Ramesh, before I hand it over to you, that he is very happy to note that Nigeria has been elevated to the status of partner country in BRICS. Just that continuity bit, because both leaders would be now going to Rio to participate in the BRICS summit.
Indeed,
and also he
quickly,
spoke about the role of Nigeria at the global level.
Also he touched upon terrorism, fighting terrorism and extremism, piracy and also drug running. He spoke about the contribution of the 7,000 strong Indian diaspora in Nigeria and also the contribution that both countries can make together as members of the Global South.
Yes,
High Commissioner, what do you make of the PM's opening remarks there at the delegation level talks?
The message.
Did he tick all the right boxes for you, as it were?
Yes, he did. Very much so. Oremi means my friend in Yoruba language spoken around Lagos. So that is where he got the clapping because people appreciated it. He has a knack of using the local languages there. Wherever he goes, so it's a good opener. I think where significance of it lies is that once he said that in the beginning of his third term, to me that appears that during the third term he would like to catch up with the past 17 years of gap and fulfill the aspirations the two countries may have in terms of their connectivity, their similarities and complementarities being leveraged. I think there was also primordial mention of defense, terrorism,
Yes.
separatism, etc., which is something that Nigeria and India both have been combating at their own levels in the regional precincts as well. I think the way Prime Minister began by announcing 20 tons of
Humanitarian
relief
assistance.
material for the flood victims is itself a sign of sensitivity that he shows, awareness that he showed about Nigeria's practical requirements, which augurs very well to what we have discussed
He
in the
thanked
past.
the president as a guardian of a strong
Exactly.
60,000 Indian
He
diaspora.
also talked about diaspora and thanked the president of Nigeria for being guardian of 60,000 Indians, which itself is a good thing, because there are some elements in Nigeria who are, should I say, jealous of the prosperity of identifiable foreigners. Indians look different. So these elements are microscopic, but they can be very valuable in terms of difficulties that the economy of the country is facing at the moment. So the externalization, saying we are poor because somebody else is profiting, etc. Those kind of tendencies.
There was also this
need to be
mention of Naya Adhyay, new chapter in India, Nigeria.
is right.
Remember we spoke about the reset or a shift earlier.
That's
So what do you make of this?
I think it is a sign that page is being reset, and the old drivers like oil need to give way to new drivers, which we mentioned, many of which we mentioned: agriculture, local manufacturing, skilling, and power, infrastructure building, connectivity, etc. So I believe the message is very positive and forward-looking.
High Commissioner, just for the benefit of viewers who are not familiar with the intricacies of the issue at hand here, when we talk about terrorism and separatism in particular, would you like to give our viewers an overview or a backgrounder on why we are talking about this issue in the context of India-Nigeria ties? We know about the Boko Haram, we know about the threats they pose to Nigeria and the region at large, and also talk a bit if you will about the ethnic and religious composition of Nigeria, what makes this threat even more menacing for a multi-ethnic, multi-religious country such as Nigeria.
Yes, I think this is quite significant. If you recall, within a decade of Nigeria's independence in 1960, we had the Biafra War, where South, the oil producing area, tried to secede from Nigeria, and a bloody civil war followed, which took more than 1 million lives through conflict, through starvation, through other miseries. And Nigeria has been, how should I, chastened by that experience. Till nearly 15 years ago, Boko Haram surfaced, which was partly a response to the ferment in Sahel area, as Libya's Colonel Gaddafi went down and his huge arsenal became free for all, for distribution. And there was also a certain amount of make-believe that anglicized way of uniting Nigeria was leading to Islam's decline. Boko Haram actually meant the English alphabet should be forbidden.
Right.
This became the war cry, and at its peak it was a very serious threat, localized to Maiduguri province, one of the 36 provinces of Nigeria. And it has receded thanks to Nigerian Army's intervention in a forceful manner, in an effective manner, but it still lurks around. Other disruptors such as oil bunkering, such as piracy on the high seas in the Gulf of Guinea area where Nigeria is the biggest country. Also the conflict between herders and the settled farmers and kidnappers. Boko Haram kidnapped girl students,
Right, sir.
which caused plenty of disapprobation all over the world. A similar model has been followed by other ransom makers and takers in North particularly. So all that has been mentioned in this.
Okay, so clearly now the delegation level talks have concluded, and now the focus, Ramesh, shifts to the Diaspora event, which is going to take place in few hours from now. But I think we need to wrap up this special broadcast on your channel DD India, Prime Minister Modi in Nigeria.
You can get all the latest news and updates on the DD India mobile app. It's available on Android and iOS platforms. You can scan the QR code when it becomes available on the screen to download it.
Yes. Let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. You can connect with us on Facebook, on platform X and Instagram. You can also check out our website ddindia.co.in, and we should also take this opportunity to thank High Commissioner for joining us in the studio. So it was such a pleasure, and you know, the kind of in-depth insight you gave us about India-Nigeria relationship in the last so many decades. Thank you very much. And also Dr. Abhishek, if he is here with us and if he can hear us. Thank you both of you. Ramesh?
And we'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran.
And I'm Sakal Bhatt from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching this special broadcast.
G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
मिठाई तो हमारे जमाने में होती थी। हाँ तो जाइए ना अपने जमाने में। रोमांस तो हमारे जमाने में होता था। पेमेंट भी उसी जमाने का है। अरे भैया डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सीखिए नए जमाने में। इजी, सेफ एंड फास्ट है। हमने तो इनको डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया। आपने? ये सेल्फी लेते हैं। ये हमारे जमाने का है। RBI कहता है कि डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
Namaskar and thank you for tuning in to the Economic Brief, the program that looks at key stories from the worlds of business, economy and finance and contextualizes them from an Indian and a global perspective. On the show today, how does a Trump second term sound for international trade and business in and through India? The German political tussle will likely cause a shift in the dynamics of the European Union. Pakistan is still under a cloud of smog. Its economy is hazy too. The hidden risks of Chinese investments in Peru, what's at play? First up, the emphatic victory of President-elect Donald Trump in the US presidential elections has already begun affecting business interests across the world. Money that had moved out of the US is now readying itself to either move back or into countries that are likely to be positively affected by Trump's tariff policies. India may stand to lose in some ways, but gain in most, according to experts. Here's the story.
Business ties between India and the US are strong and growing. Bilateral trade is well over $100 billion. The US and India have also established various platforms, such as the India-US Strategic and Commercial Dialogue, to promote cooperation across technology, defense, renewable energy and infrastructure. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework has had mixed results so far. Launched in May 2022, the framework has made progress in supply chains, clean economy and fair economy, but has faced challenges on fair and resilient trade. This is likely to get tougher under the Trump administration. Trump's America First policy could lead to higher tariffs on goods from countries like India, which might affect the IPEF.
His other, agenda to make America great again, raise tariffs globally for all imports into the United States, to bring manufacturing back to America, maybe to build some walls, tariff walls around America, could impact Indian exports.
Trump's approach to the India-Pacific strategy is expected to focus on protecting American interests and countering China's influence. This could mean a shift in how the US engages with the IPEF and its member countries.
So unlike the Biden and the Democrats, he's not ideological. He's not ideologically wedded to certain positions. So with Trump, I feel what we should expect is more business-like dealings.
China has been actively strengthening its trade ties with developing countries and has been significantly increasing its economic presence in Latin and South America by investing in infrastructure projects, trade agreements, and providing loans and aid. China aims to counterbalance US influence in the region and secure resources and markets for its own economic growth.
It's good times for India, and I think there's no reason why we should at all be apprehensive. In fact, we will find ways and means of cooperating in taking the Indo-US relations forward, also India on the global high table forward.
Clearly, the growing geopolitical and economic shifts could foster closer ties between India and the US, benefiting India through increased trade, investment and strategic cooperation. Strengthening this partnership may also provide India with greater leverage in regional and international affairs and support its economic and technological advancements. The Economic Brief, DD India.
Well, we are joined in the studio by Prasenjit Basu, senior economist who tracks the global economy. And on video link, we have Professor Gulshan Sachdeva from the School of International Studies, JNU, who has an expertise in Europe. Thank you both for being with us. Mr. Basu, at the end of the day, will India's economy benefit from a Trump presidency?
Yes, I think overall it certainly will. Trump, the key thing that he has proposed is the imposition of a 60% tariff on imports from China into the United States. In the first Trump presidency as well, there was a significant impact on China. The tariffs only began to be imposed in March 2018, and they covered only half of all of China's exports to the US. But even that has already had a huge impact because it's reduced the share of imports from China into the US from 22% of total imports in March 2018 to 13% now. And others have benefited from that. Right. India's share has gone up a little bit. It has continued to grow steadily. But India's share is only about 2.8% now. That can rise significantly further. The other beneficiaries have been Mexico and Vietnam, and a few other Asian countries have benefited to varying degrees. And this is going to continue. I mean, now he's going to impose 60% tariff on all imports from China. Even if it isn't 60%, even if it just is 30%, right, there will be a huge diversion of US imports away from China to other countries. And you'll notice that over the last few years, Foxconn, for instance, has been steadily moving some of its production away from China to India. And that process is going to accelerate
Absolutely.
Also, I think in areas like textiles, garments, shoes, toys, these are areas that India has not really fully taken advantage of. There's a huge opportunity. China's share is 9 times India's in textiles and garments.
Okay.
If India can grab even 1/3 of that Chinese share, that will result in a huge increase in India's exports. So there are enormous opportunities. I think the broad direction will be positive. In addition,
yes,
President Trump has said that he's going to encourage legitimate, legal immigration in the United
which
States.
will also help India.
Which should help India. Now, of course, there is a small number of illegal immigrants from India, but most of the illegal immigrants come from Latin America. And interestingly, China has seen a huge increase in illegal. So illegal is a problem for Trump. Legal is fine.
Absolutely.
And India will benefit from
that. Dr. Sachdeva, the EU making a trade pact with India. Do you see India, in fact, making more FTAs as a result in general?
Well, I mean, India and the European Union, as you know, we have been trying for many, many years. And at the moment when things are quite uncertain, in fact, in Europe, in the US, and in the global economy, and uncertain times are not really good for the trade partnerships or trade agreements, but the overall trends are positive, where in fact India has come very closer to the European Union, and they are also, since there is a lot of uncertainty about global trade with all kind of tariff talk from the US and the tension with China, so obviously European countries are looking more reliable partners, and I think India is definitely one of them. So we are working very closely. Negotiations are going on 3 different tracks. So hopefully things are happening positively in that direction, but it's not going to be in a hurry. It will take some time. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think the trends are not bad for India as far as working with Europe.
Mr. Basu, can the US actually become protectionist? I mean, after all, we can see that much of the world trade takes place in the US dollar, which is, after all, the reserve currency of the world.
Yeah, I mean, the US dollar will remain the reserve currency regardless of whether the US is protectionist or not. The key reason is that most global trade continues to be denominated in US dollars, and that will continue whether the US imposes tariffs or not. I mean, the purpose from Trump's perspective is to reduce the US trade deficit with the world, and there will be some positive impact from this for the US. But will the dollar remain the world's reserve currency? Absolutely, because there really is no alternative. The European economy is extremely weak. The largest European economy, Germany, has been in recession for the last 2 years.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in our next story.
Yeah. So that too. Now, so there isn't an alternative. The next biggest currency in the world is the yen, the Japanese yen, which has a very small relative role in global global trade denominations, and then a very distant one is the renminbi, the Chinese renminbi. The problem with the Chinese renminbi and the Indian rupee is that neither of them is a fully convertible currency. So if you're not fully convertible, most central banks are going to be wary of holding a non-convertible currency as a reserve currency. So the reserve currency role will continue regardless.
Okay, let's move on to our next story. I had asked both of you to stay with us. The German economy is in recession for a second straight year, but the political uncertainty is adding to the economic woes. Germany is being described as the sick man of Europe once again. Let's look at this report.
With the collapse of Germany's ruling coalition, the German economy is set for worse times. There is a multi-billion euro hole in the German budget, and the country is headed for its second year of contraction. A leadership vacuum in Germany is also one in Europe. This comes at a time when the EU hopes to set up a united response to possible tariff increases from Donald Trump's administration in its second term. Chancellor Scholz believes the EU has what it takes to support globalization.
The EU has competencies to do what is necessary, but we should all very clearly seek talks. My position on this issue is very, very clear. We do not support protectionism.
Chancellor Scholz fired his finance minister from the fiscally conservative Free Democrats for opposing his plan to suspend the debt brake again in order to raise more funds for Ukraine and the economy. That led to the FDP withdrawing from the government, leaving Scholz's SPD and the Greens. The Chancellor says he will hold a confidence vote in January, but has now called for a snap election in February.
Germany is a key actor in the European Union, and if this big player is kind of weakened, that could also have implications on the whole construction of the European Union. What we will see, perhaps, is kind of a shift of power within the European Union going to the Eastern European parts, to the Eastern European states. And so we can see kind of some changes. And this could be also kind of a long-lasting development we are going to face.
The opposition Conservatives are leading in nationwide polls. German industry is reeling from high costs and fierce Asian competition. Issues like aging infrastructure, underinvestment and regulatory burdens have hit the economy. The transition away from Russian gas has impacted its manufacturing sector. Despite these challenges, Germany remains a key player in the European Union and continues to adapt to new economic realities. The Economic Brief, DD India.
Well, our guests continue to be with us. Dr. Sachdeva, is Germany moving, the conservative way?
Well, in fact, for years, the Germany used to be one of the most stable economic and political country within Europe. Now, in the last 2 years, there are problems. And what you can really see that, the growth is the lowest among all G7 countries. Now, the politically, the traffic light, the coalition has collapsed. For years, Germany depended on, cheap energy imports from Russia. And they also engaged very seriously with China economically and also export markets to the US. Now, all these three things, whether you look at, the imports of energy from Germany, that's moving away from Russia, they have just moved away from this. There are problems with China now because in many of the things which they were exporting to China, now Chinese themselves have become competitors, so they are actually moving up further. And there are also other tensions. Similarly, with the US, now all kind of tariff wall. In fact, even from the earlier Trump administration, all the tariffs which were imposed, now they were not even removed even during the Biden administration. So now they talk of even further because there is also, US doesn't have only major trade deficit with China. They also have huge trade deficit also with Germany. And Germany is one of the major exporters. But so the kind of, for energy, if you look at within Germany, some of the major industries, look at chemicals, look at paper, look at metals. These are the industries which consume about 80% of commercial energy. So their prices have gone up. Many of them have actually stopped production. They are looking new options. So there are problems, and then of course on the immigration, all these issues are there because the demography is something very, very different. And now because, only thing what they need to do is they have to put more money, investments into infrastructure, they have to digitize the economy. For that, there was problems within the coalition because still, in fact, you have a very highly skilled workforce in Germany. The debt levels are still low, but still politically they were not able to kind of figure out how they really move forward. So there are serious problems in German economy, but the fundamentals are still strong. But I think they have serious difficulties. And the global geopolitics and the tensions with the US uncertain policies are going to affect them badly.
Sure. Mr. Basu, German auto brands, they are clearly among the most elite, and they've been hit by the move towards EVs. So do you see a revival in regular fossil fuel brands for the international market, with the US now wanting to increase exports of oil?
Well, I think, first of all, the political situation in Germany, there's going to be a clear shift to the right. The CDU-CSU alliance is going to be on the ascendant, and the AfD, the so-called far right, is second in all the polls. That will signify a significant political shift in Germany. and it'll be quite consistent with what President Trump wants. That's first thing. Now, with regard to the auto brands, I think it's important to understand that Volkswagen was the largest brand in China until just a few years ago. It was an early mover in the China market, and it had a huge share of China's market. On top of that, of course, within Germany itself and across the world, the two elite brands,
BMW and
Mercedes-Benz and BMW, are big players. Now, what was interesting is that all European brands, all global brands withdrew from Russia. Russia was not considered to be a very large market, but it was a significant market, not insignificant. And in Russia, the withdrawal of global brands, including particularly the German brands, has been replaced entirely by Chinese brands. And by the access that Chinese brands have to the Russian market has enabled them all to gain enormous scale economies, and that has reduced unit costs in China, particularly for EVs, electric vehicles, and they are now gaining market share in Europe.
Right.
So they're eating into Germany's market share across their home market in the European Union, and that is a significant problem. And this is not just cars, whether it's chemicals, steel, aluminium, in every sphere.
Right.
China has massive overcapacity. Their domestic market is not growing. Domestic demand is extremely weak because they have overcapacity in real estate, overcapacity in every industrial sector, and they are trying to dump their excess capacity on the rest of the world.
That's the reason why the rest of the world also needs to put tariffs, perhaps.
Exactly.
So Dr. Sachdeva, how are the Eastern European states likely to be affected by German troubles?
Well, in fact, since the Germany is the main engine of European economy, and if that slows down, then obviously it's going to affect many other economies within Europe as well. But every country has its own way of dealing with the things, and every country is very nervous. But within the Eurozone, in fact, other economies are doing reasonably well, some of them. I mean, particularly Eastern European economies. Look at, Polish economy and other economy. They are doing pretty all right. So only thing is that, they were actually, some slowdown within the German economy is going to affect them, but, they are also trying to diversify into other areas. But overall, I don't think this is going to be such a serious matter as far as the other Eastern European countries are concerned, because they are doing reasonably well actually in the last few years.
Okay, we leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan Sachdeva from the School of International Studies, JNU, and Mr. Prasanjit Basu, Senior Economist in the studio. Thank you for joining us and throwing light on these two stories. Our next story is air pollution in parts of Pakistan. It's brought life to a standstill there, and the struggling economy has been brought to its knees. The largely informal sector-driven economy has been hit by attempts to curb the pollution. Anu Kaushik puts things into perspective.
The air pollution in Pakistan's Punjab province continues to reach alarming levels. The province's capital Lahore became the world's most polluted city. Last week, Multan city recorded an air quality index of over 2000. An AQI above 300 is considered hazardous. Unsurprisingly, the pollution has led to a rise in respiratory illnesses. To combat the smog, authorities have introduced green lockdowns. Entries to parks, zoos and playgrounds have been banned, while malls must close by 8 p.m. Outdoor activities have been banned, and those found flouting the rules will be penalized. But the lockdown has taken a toll on Pakistan's already ailing economy. Daily wage workers and those in the informal sector have been worst hit.
These restrictions on rickshaws and business could cause unemployment to increase. If you don't allow rickshaw drivers to drive, they will sit at home and become unemployed. The government and the economy will continue to run, but the poor rickshaw drivers will suffer.
The UNICEF has also criticized officials' decision to shut schools, saying that 60 million children's education will be impacted due to the lack of online classes.
Well, because the schools had to be closed, and not all schools are equipped. Actually, the majority of schools are not equipped to go online. Our latest data estimates is about 16 million children are impacted. Already, the country is facing a significant number of children out of school, and now those who are in school are now also impacted.
Experts have also discounted the green lockdown, saying that the government needs to push for clean energy for a long-term solution. The Lahore High Court has identified heavy traffic emissions as the main cause of the smog. Coal-fired brick kilns and stubble burning have also been major contributors.
So all the other things the government is doing, if it's not fixing the fuel, moving to better electricity, renewable electricity, and capturing and reducing industrial emissions, it's not going to amount to anything, and it will only continue to get worse.
The air pollution has also led to a reduced visibility, forcing closure of major roads. The Economic Brief, DD India.
Well, time to take your leave, but we're going to leave you with this story. In Peru, a major port development backed by Chinese investment is set to transform the country's economy and trade routes. But experts are warning that such projects come with hidden risks. The rising debt burden that some countries face after similar Chinese-backed ventures could soon catch up with Peru. Diptanshu Kashyap brings us more.
In the coastal town of Chance, Peru is building a megaport with Chinese financing, making it the first Chinese port in South America. The project features 15 piers and has a total investment of $3.5 billion. The project is part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, aiming to improve trade routes between Peru and Asia. According to the government, the port will help Peru become the Singapore of Latin America.
This is a port facility that, even though it's owned jointly by China and a mining company, at no time does that imply any kind of infringement of sovereignty. This is Peruvian territory. It is and will remain so. So when a ship wants to approach here, it will follow all the protocols in place.
Officials say it will create jobs and boost businesses, but locals doubt these claims.
But how is this port itself going to benefit us? At most 700 direct jobs will be created. What we are going to see is total destruction with the millions of trucks that are going to come, over 4,000 trucks to fall a ship.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, the transportation that we are going to have is motorized and we used to paddle our boats.
Experts warn that Peru may face a situation similar to countries like Sri Lanka, Zambia and Pakistan, which have fallen into China's debt trap. In all these cases, massive loans for infrastructure projects left them struggling to repay debts, leading to economic crisis. While the megaport project promises growth, the growing debt burden could have hidden costs. Like other countries in Chinese debt trap, Peru could face inflation, unemployment, and cuts to public services if it can't manage its loan effectively. Diptanshu Kashyap reports for the Economic Brief, DD India.
राजा आओ आओ आया ये देखो मैसेज कहते हैं वीडियो लाइक करके 500 रुपया रोज कमाओ बस पहले थोड़ा पैसा देके ललचाएंगे फिर बोलेंगे कि और कमाना है तो पैसा भरो हम दिन भर चूना लगाते हैं और ये लोग हम ही को चूना लगाने चले हैं पान वाला हूँ मूर्ख नहीं हूँ याद रहे यूपीआई कहता है कि अगर कोई आसान कमाई का लालच दे तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूं
19th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Welcome to Jaipur.
G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies, will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and...
This is live from New Delhi. You're watching DT India Live, India's voice to the world. I'm Sakal Bhatt, and coming up in the next 30 minutes. Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi meets Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, set to receive Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger Honor. Ready to work with Trump administration, Xi Jinping tells Biden in Peru. Massive Russian strikes across Ukraine trigger blackouts. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi held talks with Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Sunday after a warm handshake signifying close ties both the countries enjoy. The India and Nigeria. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the West African nation aims to deepen strategic partnership, focusing on shared values and boosting bilateral cooperation. On his maiden visit, Prime Minister was officially welcomed by Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Abuja. This visit is the first by an Indian Prime Minister to Nigeria in 17 years. Delegation-level talks were also held between India and Nigeria after one-on-one level talks between the two leaders. Earlier upon arrival in Abuja, Prime Minister Modi was accorded Ceremonial Guard of Honour at the presidential villa. In his remarks with Nigerian President by his side, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked of tackling challenges like terrorism, separatism, piracy, drug smuggling together, and both India and Nigeria, he said, will work even more strongly in future as well. Prime Minister was hopeful that the bilateral talks held today will open a new chapter in relationship India and Nigeria ties. Prime Minister also noted that the Indian diaspora in Nigeria is crucial to the relations.
आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद, पायरेसी या ड्रग तस्करी जैसी चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करते रहे हैं और मजबूती से हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे। नाइजीरिया में रहने वाले 60,000 से ज्यादा भारतीय समुदाय के लोग हमारे संबंधों में अहम कड़ी है। उनकी देखभाल के लिए एक गार्डियन के रूप में आप जो उनको संभालते हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की हमारी वार्ता से हमारे संबंधों में नया अध्याय जुड़ेगा और हम मिलकर वैश्विक स्तर पर ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को उजागर करते रहेंगे और हमारे संयुक्त प्रयासों से सफलता भी मिलेगी।
Nigeria announced decision to honor India's Prime Minister Modi with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. This marks the 17th international award being conferred upon Prime Minister Modi by a foreign nation. Prime Minister Modi will be the second foreign dignitary to receive this honor. Earlier, Queen Elizabeth was the only foreign dignitary who has been awarded the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger way back in 1969. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi also expressed his gratitude to the government and people of Nigeria for the decision to bestow this prestigious honor on him.
यह सम्मान केवल मेरा नहीं, लेकिन ये सम्मान 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है और यह भारत नाइजीरिया के सदियों पुराने जो संबंध है, उन संबंधों का सम्मान है और इस सम्मान के लिए मैं नाइजीरिया का, आपके सरकार का और देशवासियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
In Nigeria, Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded the Marathi community for being connected to its culture and roots when the community expressed joy on Marathi language being conferred the classical language status. In a post on platform X, Prime Minister Modi wrote, and I quote, "In Nigeria, the Marathi community expressed joy at Marathi being conferred the status of a classical language. It is truly commendable how they remain connected to their culture and roots." Unquote. Earlier, DD India correspondent Vishal Baristo caught up with the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, G. Balasubramanian, in Abuja to find out more about the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the West African nation.
India is the pharmacy of the world, and Indian pharmaceutical products are very popular over here, both because of its affordability and because of its efficacy. Indian companies have invested more than $4 billion in Nigeria alone in manufacturing pharmaceutical products in the country. We had a defense team come over here, defense manufacturers team come over here in the month of March. They had participated in an exhibition. They had identified certain areas in which they are working together. We have also offered some lines of credit in terms of purchase of some of our platforms. So these are things which are ongoing, and I'm sure will fructify in the near future. We have already supplied close to about $280 million worth of various equipments, including simulators, ammunition, and so on and so forth. And Indian products are looked very favorably in Nigeria. Indian companies have been present here for many decades. More than 200 Indian companies have invested $27 billion into the Nigerian economy. We, meaning the Indian companies, are the second largest employers of Nigerians after the federal government of Nigeria. Nigeria had been one of our largest oil suppliers. We used to buy nearly about $10 billion of oil, which because of various geopolitical reasons, there's a small change in that. So this is a two-way relationship that we are having, and I'm sure energy is something in which both the countries wish to cooperate and continue to further consolidate. It will only further grow.
DT India correspondent Vishal Baristo caught up with T. Venkata Subramanian, General Secretary, Indian Pharmaceuticals Manufacturers and Importers in Nigeria, to find out more about the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit on pharma industries, in particular in the African nation.
The global presence of Indian pharmaceutical industry is very strong. We are always called as the pharmacy of the world. And the Indian pharmaceutical companies are doing extremely well in the Nigerian market. And particularly, we also have an association called Indian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Importers, which I also represent as a General Secretary. In fact, this visit was something which we were waiting for. And we are expecting some major breakthroughs to come, like, talking about Indian pharmacopoeias to be appreciated, which is now being recognized globally by many people.
The Indian diaspora in Brazil numbers around 4,000 and is mostly settled in large cities like Sao Paulo, Rio and Manaus. In the backdrop of the upcoming 2024 G20 summit taking place in Rio de Janeiro, DD India's Gautam Roy visited Rio's Mahatma Gandhi or Mahatma Gandhi Square and spoke with the cross sections of Indians in Brazil on whether India's recognition and respect stems from the apostle of peace and where does it stand today. Take a look.
The G20 summit in 2024 is taking place in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and we're in the heart of Rio right now, a place called Lapa, which is known for its nightlife as well, but it also has right in the heart of it a statue of Mahatma Gandhi, and this is Mahatma Gandhi Square, Prasar Mahatma Gandhi. And a lot of people in Brazil identify India with the Mahatma. Let's find out from some of the Indians who've been staying here. How is India perceived in this day and age? Is it a land of peace because of Gandhi, or is it a land of mud?
Let's now go back to Abuja in Nigeria, where numerous MOUs have been signed between India and Nigeria. Earlier today, Prime Minister Modi of India was accorded ceremonial reception, which was followed by one-on-one talks between Prime Minister Modi and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, after which delegation-level talks took place between the two sides, the Indian side being led by Prime Minister Modi and the Nigerian side being led by their president, and after which the MOUs in key areas have been inked between India and Nigeria, the details of which we'll be giving you shortly. The both sides reviewed the strategic partnership and discussed further avenues to enhance their bilateral relationship. Prime Minister in the evening today will also be addressing a diaspora gathering in Nigeria. Remember, India and Nigeria have been strategic partners since 2007 with growing economic, energy and defense collaboration in other sectors as well. India and Nigeria also share a strong development cooperation partnership. And over the decade, particularly under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, this relationship has grown beyond political exchanges and diversified in various fields such as education, healthcare, defense and trade. The visuals of the exchange of memoranda of understanding between the Indian and Nigerian delegation, the Indian side being represented by Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi in the presence of Minister of External Affairs Dr. S. Jaishankar, Foreign Secretary, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, among others, and the Nigerian side being led by their President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi is in Nigeria at the invitation of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The visuals of the exchange of MOU between both sides. These were the latest visuals from Nigeria, where India and Nigeria signed key MOUs. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu hosted India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi for lunch as well. The details of memorandum of understandings will also be coming up in our subsequent bulletins. And shifting focus to some more news and updates. Now let's get you something on the COP29, which is currently in Baku. Which is currently underway in Baku. India has criticized developed nations for stalling progress on climate finance and mitigation, highlighting the disproportionate impacts of climate change on developing countries. India called out the lack of ambition and support from wealthier nations. India has urged respect for past agreements and demanded equitable responsibility to ensure some sort of meaningful global climate action. DD India's Tapas Bhattacharya gets us more.
At the ongoing COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, India expressed strong dissatisfaction over the reluctance of developed countries to engage meaningfully on climate finance and the Mitigation Work Programme, or MWP. India aligned its stance with the views expressed by the like-minded developing countries, LMDCs, the Arab Group and the African Group of Negotiators, or AGN. India's statement highlighted the disproportionate impacts of climate change on developing countries, noting their limited capacity to recover or adapt. It called out developed nations for ignoring past decisions, particularly those from COP27, and undermining the principles of the Paris Agreement. The statement stressed that the mitigation work program was established as a non-punitive framework that respects national sovereignty. India criticized developed nations for shifting goalposts, delaying their own climate action, and consuming a disproportionate share of the global carbon budget. As the impacts of climate change intensify, India has called for greater accountability from developed nations, urging them to step up their mitigation ambition and provide necessary financial support. Tapas Bhattacharya's report for DD India.
The Indian Navy is set to conduct the 4th edition of the Pan-India Coastal Defence Exercise titled Sea Vigil 24 on November 20th and 21st. The exercise offers a significant opportunity to assess current preparedness of all maritime security agencies, identify their strengths and weaknesses, and enhance the nation's overall maritime defence framework. Here's more.
To check the efficacy of various security agencies, 4th edition of Pan-India Coastal Defence Exercise Sea Vigil 24 will be conducted on 20th and 21st November this year. The 4th edition of Exercise Sea Vigil, conducted by the Indian Navy, will span an unprecedented scale both in terms of geographical reach and the magnitude of participation, with involvement of 6 ministries and 21 organizations or agencies.
Sea Vigil is a pan-Navy exercise. It involves all the agencies and the authorities who are associated with maritime security, coastal defense, offshore security. This includes about 6 ministries and nearly 20 organizations. It is being spearheaded by the Indian Navy but has got very prominent participation from the Indian Coast Guard, the State Marine Police, the Fisheries Department, the Port Authorities, Director General of Shipping, CISF, BSF and many other agencies.
The focus will be on strengthening the security of coastal assets like ports, oil rigs, single-point moorings, cable landing points, and critical coastal infrastructure, including the coastal population. Western Naval Command is responsible for the coastal defense of the states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, and the Union Territory of Daman and Diu. Exercise Sea Vigil 24 will be conducted simultaneously in all coastal states and the union territories of the country, wherein thorough audit of complete coastal defense and security infrastructure will be carried out.
To keep our check that our coastal line is totally secure, Indian Navy along with several other organizations are conducting Sea Vigil, which is the exercise wherein all organizations related to the sea are connected. We understand that Sea Vigil, which comprises of Indian Navy, Coast Guard, Mumbai Police, Marine Police, DG Shipping, DG Lighthouse and many more are totally involved in this, and this will take place on 20 and 21st of November, and we can understand from then that the security, the forces will be further strengthened. With camera person Gaurav Kagra, this is Shama Mishra for DD India, Mumbai.
And still to come on this edition of DD India Live, this is what we have for you. Coming up next, Super Typhoon Mon-yi, the 6th tropical cyclone sweeps across northern parts of Philippines. And polls open in Senegal's parliamentary polls as President Bassirou Diomaye aims for resounding majority.
G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
दीदी नौकरी लग गई। अरे वाह, बधाई हो। तो अब तो ढेर सारी शॉपिंग। हाँ दी, नया मोबाइल। अरे रुको शहजादे, सैलरी से पहले खर्चे। इंस्टेंट लोन भी तो मिलता है। पहले बजट बनाना सीखो, फिर खर्च करो। पर दी, देखो, कमाई का एक हिस्सा हमेशा बचाना चाहिए, लेकिन पार्टी देने से नहीं बचोगे तुम। हाँ दी, पार्टी मेरी, बजट तुम्हारा। अच्छा।
आरबीआई कहता है,
सही वित्तीय बर्ताव करे आपका बचाव।
watching DD India Live. I'm Sakal Bhatt. Let's move on to some other news updates. Chinese President Xi Jinping on Saturday pledged to work with the incoming administration of US President-elect Donald Trump, highlighting the importance of maintaining stability in US-China relations. His remarks came during a meeting with outgoing US President Joe Biden on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum in Lima in Peru for the first talks in 7 months. Acknowledging the ups and downs, quote-unquote, between the countries, Xi said that China's goal of a stable, healthy and sustainable China-US relationship remains unchanged, whereas Biden told Xi Jinping that the two leaders haven't always agreed, but their discussions have been frank and candid.
China is ready to work with the new US administration to maintain communication, expand the cooperation, and manage differences so as to strive for a steady transition of the China-US relationship for the benefit of the two peoples. China-US relations is critical not only to the interest of the Chinese and American peoples, but also to the future and destiny of the entire humanity.
I once had to count up the number of hours you and I spent alone together. I remember being on the Tibetan Plateau with you, and I remember being in Beijing, I remember all over the world. And both as first as vice president, then as president. We haven't always agreed, but our conversations have always been candid and always been frank. We have never kidded one another. We've been level with one another. I think that's vital. These conversations prevent miscalculations, and they ensure the competition between our two countries will not veer into conflict. Be competition, not conflict.
President Joe Biden is set to make history on Sunday by becoming the first sitting US president to visit the Amazon rainforest, highlighting the pressing issue of global warming. Biden's trip to Amazon aims to bolster his commitment to preserving the region. He'll be meeting with local leaders and indigenous communities working to protect the forest area. On to Russia-Ukraine onslaught, where Russia has launched its target wave of airstrikes on Ukraine in recent months, firing 120 missiles and 90 drones, resulting in at least 7 deaths and significant damage to Ukraine's power systems. The Russian attack prompted emergency power cuts across multiple regions. The timing is notable here as it follows Donald Trump's US presidential election victory, where he pledged to end the conflict without providing specifics. And on to some updates on West Asia conflict, where an Israeli strike leveled a Lebanese building to the ground in Beirut, in the southern suburbs on Sunday. Israel's military has said that 2 people were injured when a synagogue was hit on Saturday in the northern coastal city of Haifa, following a heavy rocket barrage by Hezbollah group. Hezbollah has claimed several rocket attacks on northern Israel, saying it targeted military sites, including a naval base in the Haifa area. Super Typhoon Mani, the 6th tropical cyclone, swept across northern parts of Philippines on Sunday. Philippine authorities issued an urgent appeal for residents of low-lying areas and coastal towns to move to the safer places. The Super Typhoon Mani gained strength on its approach towards Philippines' Luzon Island, with maximum sustained winds reaching 195 kilometers per hour. Well, polls opened in Senegal on Sunday for a parliamentary election that is set to determine if the country's newly elected president can carry out ambitious reforms or not. More than 7 million registered voters in the West African country are choosing 165 lawmakers in the National Assembly. Meanwhile, voting ended in Gabon on Sunday to approve the new constitution, which will mark a new chapter for the country after 55 years of dynastic rule. The new constitution would introduce the position of president. At least 5 people killed, a dozen others injured after a 4-floor building collapsed in Tanzania's commercial hub Kariakoo on Saturday. Search and rescue operations are underway. 21-year-old Victoria Jair was crowned Miss Universe 2024, the first contestant from Denmark to achieve the honor. The beauty pageant took place in Mexico City. On to some sports news. Indian chess player Arjun Erigasi has stunned world number 1 Magnus Carlsen to a rare defeat during the Chess India Blitz Championship in Kolkata. Erigasi checkmated Carlsen in just 20 moves to hand him the first defeat in the tournament. However, the Norwegian Grandmaster managed to finish on top of the point table. The world number 1 had registered 5 wins and 2 draws on the opening day of the championship, but Erigasi of India ended his unbeaten run with a spectacular victory in the 8th round. Earlier, Carlsen had defeated Arjun in a game lasting 40 moves. The 5-time world champion Carlsen had won the 2019 edition of the tournament. Well, that's all for this edition of DD India Live, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. This app is available on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code on the screen and download it now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Sakal Bhatt from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India Live.
G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Welcome to Jaipur.
Goa, a wild nature paradise, where over a third of the state remains wild today, and every corner is full of surprises. Goa's forests evolved through the seasons. Insects and crocodiles flourish in the monsoon, butterflies in the months after the rains subside, and in the winter, the jungle transforms into a haven for birds.
Oh, there's a female right next to him. Oh my god, is that 8 otters? That's one of my favorite things about these forests. There are still so many secrets out there.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Welcome to Kumarakom, Kerala, God's own country.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Our habitats are turning into concrete jungles, and that is concerning, but there is hope even in this grim reality. Hello and welcome, I am Sadhika Tiwari and you're watching Eco India. If you look around your city to see shrinking tree cover, polluted rivers and nature struggling to survive and wonder, what can I do? Then this episode is your hopeful guide to reclaiming nature in urban spaces. Let's start here. What does this look like to you? Probably a drain filled with trash and effluents. This used to be once a river revered and worshipped as a god. In India, many such rivers and their tributaries have either dried up over the years because of human-induced climate change or turned into drains because of the pollution that we generate. But not all hope is lost. Let's head to Maharashtra, where a small company has managed to reclaim and restore a river and the ecosystem around it.
This is the story of a minor miracle. The story of how a rubbish-strewn, dying river was given a new lease of life by dedicated teamwork. The Kham River is just 65 kilometers long, with 11 of them running through Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, formerly known as Aurangabad. It connects Mumbai with the center of India and is among the fastest growing industrial cities in the west of the country. That development has also turned a once clean river into a sewer that, instead of nourishing life, now destroys it.
Human residence was day by day, daily by daily was increasing. There is no drainage system, and the river is the lowest part of that area. So whatever they used to throw there, and from then the river became a nala. It doesn't stay as a river.
Most local residents like Rama Abade were unaware that the sewage flowing next to their settlements was once a natural river and would continue dumping their garbage into it. This side of the river was always filthy. Before the bridge was built over it, a lot of people from this side of the settlements would come here and openly defecate here. Apart from domestic waste, large amounts of industrial waste were also being disposed of in the river. Varrock Engineering, a local company, wanted to change that. In 2017, it began to clean up the river as part of its corporate social responsibility.
Initially, we have taken a pilot project of 1.5 kilometers from both the sides of this bridge. Initial work was only cleaning of all the dumped garbage. We have removed almost more than 1,000 trucks of garbage from this place.
In 2019, the company embarked on a partnership with EcoSattva, a local non-profit with a focus on green cover management, water body restoration and solid waste disposal. EcoSattva started with a baseline study of the 11.5 kilometer stretch of the river that flows through the city using drone cameras.
So the three key problems that we noticed during that study was, first was the pollution, the solid waste and the liquid waste that was coming into the river. The second was the lack of connect between the river and people. And then the last thing was also the lack of spaces for that connect to happen.
EcoSatwa identified riverfront spaces that were not yet affected. Because they could be restored quickly, the NGO decided to start its work here. The riverfront has since been transformed into an eco-park with an amphitheatre and a play zone for the urban community living next to the river. Another important measure was to clear the river of sewage. As the NGO found out, there were about 250 inlet points from where the city's waste was flowing directly into the river. The work involved repairing pipes and building missing connections to the underground sewage system. The next step was a decision by the municipal authorities to set up a new system of treatment plants along the river.
Rather than having a centralized plant of sewerage downstream, we have to have a decentralized sewerage treatment plants upstream. One sewerage treatment plant will be functional in 7 days, that is almost 2 crore liters per day. So that 2 crore liters, once it comes on the river, then the river will be clean.
आपले छत्रपती संभाजीनगर स्वच्छ व सुंदर ठेवण्यासाठी आपल्या महानगरपालिकेला सहकार्य करा.
Segregating waste and boosting awareness are key factors when it comes to keeping the river clean. A team of around 280 sanitation workers in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar do door-to-door collections on a daily basis.
When we see people walking to the river with their garbage, we tell them to stop and take the trash from them.
80% of cities' garbage is now segregated, and those who continue to throw waste into the Kham River face fines up to 5,000 rupees or 50 euros. Outside the city, the tidying up work also includes the removal of invasive plants, while around a dozen native species have now returned, as have the animals.
See, we observe the jackals are coming back here. They feel this is a safe area for them. Birds starting roosting here again, which I told you, kites, then house crow, green pigeon.
The 5-year Kham River Revival project has a cost of around 15 crore rupees or 1.5 million euros. EcoSatwa aims to adapt the model nationwide for conserving urban rivers and their ecosystems.
What we're saying is that our rivers are like lifelines. They are spaces for humans, for biodiversity, and yes, we have neglected them so far, but really that's an opportunity for us to restore them to their natural conditions rather than reclaiming the land and using it for further markets or buildings or structures.
While a lot of progress has already been made, there's still plenty of work to do, such as comprehensive water quality monitoring, although the crucial part is increasing awareness of the role and responsibility of people for the state of the river and the flora and fauna next to it.
In Delhi, these stretches of green that you can see were all turned brown in the scorching heat last summer, and many cities are facing these same challenges. Their green cover cannot withstand high temperatures that are getting even worse due to the constant burning of fossil fuels. Berlin, the capital city of Germany, is one of the greenest in all of Europe, but the temperatures of up to 40 degrees are threatening these green oases even here.
This enchanting little garden is in fact an outdoor research laboratory, set up at the request of the Berlin authorities. The people who created it have been tasked with finding out which kinds of shrubs, grass plants and herbs are more sensitive to heat and water scarcity, and which ones insects particularly thrive on. Watering is kept to an absolute minimum.
We now have species that can adapt by conserving the water they have instead of letting it evaporate.
The team keep track of how the plants develop, which ones fare all right without any rain. Plants are coming under growing pressure in urban areas like Berlin.
We're likely to see more extreme events, a difference in rainfall distribution, more dry periods, and more heavy rainfall events. We'll see more heat in the cities, and late frost is an issue too. The new plants we add need to be able to withstand practically anything, while at the same time being easy to care for.
The test garden boasts 145 different plant varieties from Europe and North America that feel at home in Germany and are attractive for insects here. The team assess how the plants respond to the respective conditions. The soil is topped with a layer of gravel sand, limestone grit or bark mulch to test which material retains water best. Berlin is billed as one of the greenest cities in Europe, with around 30% of its area covered by parks and forests, as well as rivers, lakes and farmland. But for all that nature, it's also a city full of roads and traffic and housing and office blocks. So even smaller areas of green have a better microclimate, with cleaner air and cooler temperatures in the summer. And this is one such oasis. 8 years ago, residents began prettying up the square surrounding the church with a range of shrubs, rose bushes and other flowering plants.
There are lots of people who'd love to do some gardening, but they live somewhere without a garden. And they're welcome to join us.
The grassroots organisation behind the idea has already revamped a number of squares in Berlin. It's funded exclusively through donations, with most of the money needed for watering. The plants now growing here struggle with excessive dry periods, which was not a problem when the flower beds were planted over a decade ago. But that's no longer the case.
Last summer was wet, but the previous ones were really dry. And a lot of the trees really suffered. So keeping the plants alive was a big challenge.
An entire bed in this little patch of greenery has now been redesigned with plants from the test garden. The idea is for Berlin to have more drought-resistant plants that need less care. For the researchers, real conditions in the city deliver insights into how the plants develop and how the beds can be properly maintained by residents.
We have vandalism here, plus dogs and other city animals walking all over the beds. Factors we have to incorporate.
In this case, nature has been left to its own devices. A former railway station that's now become a wonderfully wild park. The last train here departed in 1952. Since then, the tracks and vacant buildings have become overgrown and repurposed by nature, creating a new home for a range of rare plants and animals. Most of the area is now a protected nature reserve, with paths running alongside the old rails.
Nature starts off small with the first mosses and lichens, and with grass plants with delicate little blossoms, and then the bigger plants that have time to grow here appear. We already have real forest areas. It's always exciting.
The entire grounds used to be a huge shunting yard, which looked like this 70 years ago. They've since been reclaimed by nature within just a few decades. There's no shortage of relics from the area's previous life. And when you're there outside of official tour times, you can go on your own journey of discovery and probably not encounter a single soul.
The wild roses and the locust trees are in bloom. The kestrel young crying out when they're learning to fly, and squirrels gathering their nuts. It's just great to experience nature in the middle of the city.
Sometimes it's best to just let nature do its own thing, although sometimes a helping hand can be useful for adapting to changing conditions.
Scientists tell us in the most severe climate change scenario and without adaptation, we could lose up to a quarter of our global crop yield. Many native varieties of crops got phased out over the years because they weren't the most commercially and financially viable, but they did have a lot of benefits, and being climate resilient was one of them. Let's meet a man who has held on to the age-old tradition of preserving native seeds that the whole world is now catching up to.
Can you name these vegetables? All harvested from my field. Pumpkin, bottle gourd, ridge gourd, sunflower, corn, cucumber. We have 300 varieties of vegetables and tubers. Sundar is a farmer from near Uthangarai in Krishnagiri district who works only with seeds native to Tamil Nadu. Research shows that there used to be 10,000 varieties of country tomatoes, but now only 2 varieties are usually seen in the market. Tamil Nadu also used to have 4,000 varieties of brinjal and 200,000 varieties of traditional rice. Sundar's field is one of the few places you still see some of those. I have traveled throughout Tamil Nadu gathering knowledge about different varieties of traditional foods. So far, I have identified and documented over 1,000 varieties of seeds. Last year we had 80 varieties of tomatoes, but this year we have 100 of them. Apart from this, we have 60 varieties of bottle gourd and 30 different pumpkins. Diverse native seeds have been elbowed out by those that grow faster, more efficiently, and bring more profit. But Sundar is convinced that these seeds are about more than profit. They taste different and might have additional nutritional value. Native seeds are also normally more resilient to climate extremes like droughts since they have evolved in this climate. Last year's records show that out of 6 million farmers in Tamil Nadu, almost 150,000 were affected by drought. And Sundar believes that one key to solving the problem is more focus on native seeds and farmers staying in charge of them. Farmers should decide how and what to farm. But if they don't have control over the seeds, they need to listen to the person who does. Kulasekarapattinam brinjal is very famous. They are capable of growing in the hottest climatic conditions. But nowadays, they have disappeared from markets. There is a place in between Pondicherry and Kadalo where we can see another type of brinjal that grows in salt water, as it's very close to the sea. They can grow in water so salty that you cannot directly put it in your mouth. But in the last 10 years, that kind of brinjal has perished, as they have started using fresh water from bore wells, which doesn't work with that variety of brinjal. So, it's gone. What has replaced the native seed is the hybrid seed, which is one produced by cross-pollinating 2 plants. These are cheaper and easier to get, but often require pesticides and fertilizers, as Sundar's neighbor tells him. How much do you earn from this crop? Probably around 2,800 rupees or 30 euros per sack. What do you earn net? Nothing really. Only grass or straw remains. So no profit for you. Yes, because during the days of my father and grandfather, they had their own seed and we were farming on our own. But that's changed. Now, we get seeds from elsewhere. Sundar has started a native seed sharing group to invest in the long-term survival of the seeds and the soil they grow in. This ensures the democratization of these seeds. The group also works like a storage bank that collects seeds and creates awareness about traditional varieties. We have always been farmers in my family. We used to do chemical farming with hybrid seed varieties, but now we have switched to organic farming with natural seeds. I met Sundar on Facebook. He helped us come up with new ideas on exchanging seeds and how we can use them in our farming. Initiatives like this that bring farmers together and give priority to their needs and the demands of the environment are a key part of dealing with the future of food security.
Individual and collective community action is critical and paramount to reclaiming nature, but often it goes way beyond that. Forests, rivers, mountains and oceans, these often transcend national boundaries, and therefore they are also called global commons and require collective action. Heading back to Europe, let's see how the cooperation of countries has become critical to preserving the Rhine River.
Today, some 500,000 people live in the Alpine Rhine Valley. The Rhine marks the border between Austria and Switzerland. It separates the two countries, but it also forces them to work together. 150 years ago, it looked very different here. The river meandered through the valley, forming extensive marshlands. Locals tried to fortify the banks of the Rhine with trees and raised banks, but protecting one side meant all the more flooding on the other side. Devastating floods occurred on a regular basis. Neither side was able to manage the river by itself. In 1892, Austria and Switzerland finally signed a treaty on flood protection. The two countries established a joint authority, the International Rhine Regulation, to represent the respective interests of both countries. Culturally, we are different, even if the river is all that separates us. But overall, I'd say we've helped each other to grow. Around 1900, the two countries began joint construction work on the upper reaches of the Rhine. The costs were shared. Initially, the work was done entirely manually. By the 1950s, heavy machinery was being used. The riverbed was deepened and narrowed, and the embankments on both sides were raised. For the next few decades, there was no more flooding. But these days, heavy rainfall is becoming more common, causing water levels to rise in the Alpine Rhine Valley. The Rhine is bursting its banks more frequently, flooding the residential areas that have been built close to the embankments. None of this comes as a surprise, but there's still no solution. Engineers have been working on the problem since 2005. Residential and commercial areas will remain unchanged, but major changes are planned for the surroundings. The key challenge is gaining local community support. A public survey on the development plans was recently conducted in both countries. Not for the first time in Switzerland, but a first in Austria. Even if there wasn't as much feedback as we actually expected, it was still useful input, especially from Austria. So in the end, something like that furthers understanding, and also, we believe, ultimately speeds up the planning approval. So what exactly do the plans look like? It's actually quite simple. The Rhine will be given more space. At some points, marked here in red, the embankments will be removed completely. This will make the river wide enough to allow islands to form in the middle, which play a key role in flood protection and also biodiversity. The plans are on a public display in an exhibition on the Austrian side of the Rhine. Citizens' concerns are also addressed here. We currently have a width of 60-70 metres. In future, the river will be 300 to 380 metres wide. If you look at the upper section on the map, for example, you can see very clearly that where there are built-up areas, we haven't moved the embankments. Where there are forest areas or agricultural land, we've taken the opportunity just to move them a little further outwards. So there will be less agricultural land, but farmers will be given land elsewhere, in Austria. On the Swiss side, there's no available land to distribute. This embankment will be removed and the river will be widened to cover the grassland up to the wider flood embankments on both the Swiss and Austrian sides. All the green areas behind us will then be river and can no longer be used for agriculture, for cattle fodder production. That's why some farmers on the Swiss side reject the plans. But for some on the Austrian side, they don't go far enough. In 30 years, we've never had a project on this scale. It's actually a good project that will bring about a major improvement. But if you're going to spend so much money and create such a huge construction site, then you should also keep nature in mind and make sure there's enough room in the river for islands and riverbank forests. That would be really great. This is an extremely monotonous, uniform channel. In its natural state, it would be much more varied and forested. And this is what the Rhine could look like one day. Once the planning has been completed, the conflicts of interest resolved and the permits granted. But there's a lot to sort out on both sides of the river, so that both countries are happy. Sometimes I can't sleep at night because the project is so complex. The Austrian government has approved construction for 2027, but Swiss approval is still needed. In 20 years, the Rhine could resemble its state from 150 years ago, with new islands that will also be great for the birds.
Nature prevails, come what may. But with a little support, it thrives and helps us thrive. What in today's episode inspired you the most? Do let me know. You can email us or talk to me directly on my social media handles. I will see you next week. Until then, take care. Goodbye. Namaskar.
19th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
राजा आओ आओ ये देखो मैसेज कहते हैं वीडियो लाइक करके 500 रुपया रोज कमाओ बस पहले थोड़ा पैसा देके ललचाएंगे फिर बोलेंगे कि और कमाना है तो पैसा भरो हम दिन भर चूना लगाते हैं और ये लोग हम ही को चूना लगाने चले हैं पान वाला हूँ मूर्ख नहीं हूँ याद रहे यूपीआई कहता है कि अगर कोई आसान कमाई का लालच दे तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium. We'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch Postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Less than 100 kilometers from Shillong and a 3-hour drive towards Doki River, travelers now have a chance to experience something unique.
My name is Jason Jaman Lamare. I'm the co-owner of Pioneer Adventure Tours. So when we started, there wasn't even a road to the village. I mean, the road was in a very bad condition. So we came to the village and all that. This is in the month of, I think, October. We came here and we decided to, we just came for a fishing trip. Myself and a few friends, we bought our snorkeling gear as well. That day was when I realized that this place got potential for a lot of adventure spots. But what we wanted to do is we wanted to bring in scuba diving. Till date, a lot of my clients ask me, is it actually possible to scuba dive in Meghalaya, being a hill station? But till the time they come here, then they realize that this place is actually a paradise for scuba diving. Number one is because it's actually freshwater diving. It's not like your normal saltwater diving.
This is live from New Delhi. You're watching TT India Live, India's voice to the world. I'm Sakal Bhatt, and coming up in the next 30 minutes. Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi meets Nigerian President Tinubu, set to receive Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger honour. Massive Russian strikes across Ukraine trigger blackouts. And US President Joe Biden to make history by visiting Amazon rainforest. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held talks with Nigerian President Tinubu on Sunday after a warm handshake signifying close ties both the countries enjoy. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the West African nation aims to deepen strategic partnership, focusing on shared values and boosting bilateral cooperation. On his maiden visit, Prime Minister of India was officially welcomed by the Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Abuja. The visit is the first by an Indian Prime Minister to Nigeria in 17 years. Delegation-level talks were held between India and Nigeria also today, and earlier upon his arrival in Abuja, Prime Minister Modi was accorded a ceremonial guard of honour at the presidential villa. In his remarks with Nigerian President by his side, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked of tackling challenges like terrorism, separatism, piracy, drug smuggling, all that together, and both India and Nigeria will work even more strongly in future as well. Prime Minister also was hopeful that the bilateral talks held today in Nigeria will open a new chapter in the relationship the India and Nigeria share. Prime Minister noted that Indian diaspora in Nigeria is crucial to the relations.
आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद, पायरेसी या ड्रग तस्करी जैसी चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करते रहे हैं और मजबूती से हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे। नाइजीरिया में रहने वाले 60,000 से ज़्यादा भारतीय समुदाय के लोग हमारे संबंधों में अहम कड़ी है। उनकी देखभाल के लिए एक गार्डियन के रूप में आप जो उनको संभालते हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की हमारी वार्ता से हमारे संबंधों में नया अध्याय जुड़ेगा और हम मिलकर वैश्विक स्तर पर ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को उजागर करते रहेंगे और हमारे संयुक्त प्रयासों से सफलता भी मिलेगी।
Number of MOUs in several key sectors were exchanged between India and Nigeria. Details will be known when India's External Affairs Ministry briefs the media shortly from Abuja in Nigeria. Also, Nigeria will be honouring India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. This marks the 17th international award conferred upon Prime Minister Modi of India by a foreign nation. Prime Minister Modi will be the second foreign dignitary to receive this honour. Earlier, Queen Elizabeth was the only foreign dignitary who had been awarded the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger way back in 1969. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed his gratitude to the government and people of Nigeria for their decision to bestow this prestigious honour on him.
यह सम्मान केवल मेरा नहीं, लेकिन ये सम्मान 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है और यह भारत नाइजीरिया के सदियों पुराने जो संबंध है, उन संबंधों का सम्मान है और इस सम्मान के लिए मैं नाइजीरिया का, आपके सरकार का और देशवासियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
The Indian diaspora is very elated on the second highest national award bestowed upon Prime Minister Modi. Vishal Baristo of DD India caught up with the Indian diaspora in Abuja. Let's listen.
I'm here in Abuja and the mood is absolutely electrifying and a sense of great pride. And why not? The Indian Prime Minister has been conferred upon with the second highest national award of Nigeria. And I have with me a very proud section of the Indian diaspora.
We are very glad to see Prime Minister Narendra Modi over here. After 17 years, we have got our Indian Prime Minister visiting Abuja, Nigeria. I congratulate Shri Narendra Modi ji for getting the highest award. Okay, and he is the second individual who has been able to get this award, the GCON award, and it's a proud moment for all we Indians.
PM Modi has been emphasizing on the global south, the voice of global south. So this would be the perfect opportunity, because any discussion about Africa without taking them into consideration, Africa not being on the table, does not make any sense. The fact that we enjoy a soft power here, because if you see Bollywood have an important role to play here.
I feel really amazing. I can't wait to see Mr. PM Modi. We pray that I'm in love with his dynamic personality, and I pray he continue to shape India for the great. Thank you.
Modi, Modi, so Modi, this is the voice of Nigeria. This is the voice of Abuja. They are also very excited about the Prime Minister's visit here after 17 long years. With cameraman Mukut Sharma in Abuja, this is Vishal Baristo for DD India.
Let's now shift our focus to upcoming BRICS summit in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro, where the Indian diaspora in Brazil numbers around 4,000 and is mostly settled in large cities like Sao Paulo, Rio and Manaus. And in the backdrop of the upcoming 2024 G20 summit taking place in Rio de Janeiro, DD India's Gautam Roy visited Rio's Praca Mahatma Gandhi or Mahatma Gandhi Square and spoke with a cross-section of Indians in Brazil on whether India's recognition and respect stems from the apostle of peace and where does it stand today. Take a look.
The G20 summit in 2024 is taking place in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and we're in the heart of Rio right now, a place called Lapa, which is known for its nightlife as well, but it also has right in the heart of it a statue of Mahatma Gandhi, and this is Mahatma Gandhi Square, Prasar Mahatma Gandhi. And a lot of people in Brazil identify India with the Mahatma. Let's find out from some of the Indians who've been staying here. How is India perceived in this day and age? Is it a land of peace because of Gandhi, or is it a land of much else, of progress, great economic growth, and people who are highly aspirational as well?
Thank you so much. India, of course, is seen as the land of Mahatma Gandhi, and the message of peace is very relevant here, and people talk about it. Also, things like our soft power, like yoga, Ayurveda, Bollywood, Indian food is quite popular, and the popularity of these things are growing. But India is also seen as a modern democracy. You know, the Indian power in the fields of information technology, pharmaceuticals, petroleums, people also talk about it. And our soft power is very, very strong here. Just to give an example, the city of Sao Paulo has 1,000 yoga studios.
The perception of India has changed. So India is very well respected now because of its power, economic growth, military power and political importance in the world. So people know about India and they respect also Indians.
I am in Brazil since last 4 years with my family. I am working in the petrochemical industry. India and Brazil have a very good relationships. They are very warm peoples. They respect Indians. They like our cultures. They like our Bollywood is a very famous here. They love the songs. So whenever you go outside in some of the bar, you can listen some Indian songs also sometimes. So they really love this one.
So that is the connect that really comes across very, very clearly between India and Brazil, lands of peace and progress at the same time. And that is what is also being hoped will take the relationship forward in not just shaping the ties between these two countries, but also a global agenda at the G20 summit here in Rio. With cameraperson Lokanath, Gautam Roy, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, DD India.
And India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi will soon be in Brazil's Rio de Janeiro to take part in the G20 summit. A lot is being prepared for his arrival and stay, including a special set of dishes from his meals. DD India's Gautam Roy spoke with an Indian origin couple, Dipali and Vijay Bavaskar, who run a food business, Samosa and Company, in Sao Paulo. They say they've come to Rio to serve the Prime Minister and his core team a fusion of the tastes of Indian Brazil. You too can have a taste of it.
Anticipation is building up in Rio de Janeiro for the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will be part of the G20 summit, and we have a special Indian couple with us who are responsible for keeping him well nourished through a very busy 2 days schedule. We have with us Vijay and Dipali Bavaskar. They are co-owners of Samosa and Company. Vijay, what can you tell us about what you're going to serve Prime Minister Modi, which showcases the best of Brazil, but the essence is Indian?
Dipali and I have curated a lot of recipes, and we have brought a lot of ingredients from Sao Paulo, exotic foods. All the Indian ingredients. We have got his favorite chai, we have got his favorite namkeens, and we are going to nourish him with Indian delicacy, keeping it simple as he likes, but healthy and cooked freshly and served freshly.
Sounds great. What kind of dishes will there be? Will there be a kind of a fusion between Indian and Brazilian? Because I believe there are certain commonalities in terms of ingredients in Brazil. For example, rajma, and there's a lot of beans in Brazil.
There is beans are common, and we are trying to make one dish which is very common to Indian palate, and with Brazilian ingredients we'll put coconut milk and a lot of vegetables. The dish mainly is done with fish, but we are substituting that with vegetables, and it will remind of India.
as
well as Brazil.
Texture, you know.
And do you find this very challenging? Are you nervous about it as well? Because after all...
No, in fact, Gautam, we are very excited because Deepali will have the opportunity to show the skills. I had the opportunity to curate the dish and the ideation of the dish, and I hope he will like it. Local ingredients, the millions of years of culinary, rich practice which we are doing with spices, and I think we'll bring him India in Brazil.
Wonderful. All the best for fulfilling this responsibility. So there you have it. That's the kind of food that the Prime Minister will be shared, which will bring India and Brazil together on his plate as well. With camera person Lokanath, this is Gautam Roy in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, DD India.
It was a sneak peek into Indian taste and palate and curries and cuisines of India in Brazil. And now let's move on and shift our focus to some news on the domestic front, where the Indian Navy is set to conduct the 4th edition of the Pan-India Coastal Defence Exercise Sea Vigil 2024 on November 20th and 21st. The exercise offers a significant opportunity to assess current preparedness of all maritime security agencies, identify their strengths and weaknesses, and enhance the nation's overall maritime defence framework. More details here in this report.
To check the efficacy of various security agencies, 4th edition of Pan-India Coastal Defence Exercise Sea Vigil 24 will be conducted on 20th and 21st November this year. The 4th edition of Exercise Sea Vigil, conducted by the Indian Navy, will span an unprecedented scale both in terms of geographical reach and the magnitude of participation, with involvement of 6 ministries and 21 organizations or agencies.
Sea Vigil is a pan-Navy exercise. It involves all the agencies and the authorities who are associated with maritime security, coastal defense, offshore security. This includes about 6 ministries and nearly 20 organizations. It is being spearheaded by the Indian Navy but has got a very prominent participation from the Indian Coast Guard, the State Marine Police, the Fisheries Department, the Port Authorities, Director General of Shipping, CISF, BSF and many other agencies.
The focus will be on strengthening the security of coastal assets like ports, oil rigs, single-point moorings, cable landing points, and critical coastal infrastructure, including the coastal population. Western Naval Command is responsible for the coastal defense of the states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, and the Union Territory of Daman and Diu. Exercise Sea Vigil 24 will be conducted simultaneously in all coastal states and the union territories of the country, wherein thorough audit of complete coastal defense and security infrastructure will be carried out.
To keep a check that our coastal line is totally secure, Indian Navy along with several other organizations are conducting Sea Vigil, which is the exercise wherein all organizations related to the sea are connected. We understand that Sea Vigil, which comprises of Indian Navy, Coast Guard, Mumbai Police, Marine Police, DG Shipping, DG Lighthouse and many more are totally involved in this, and this will take place on 20 and 21st of November, and we can understand from then that the security, the forces will be further strengthened. With camera person Gaurav Kagra, this is Shama Mishra for DD India, Mumbai.
And now on to news coming in from COP29, which is currently underway in Baku, where India has criticized developed nations for stalling progress on climate finance and mitigation. Highlighting the disproportionate impacts of climate change on developing countries, India has called out the lack of ambition and support from wealthier nations. India has also urged respect for past agreements and demanded equitable responsibility to ensure meaningful global climate action. DD India's Tapash Bhattacharya gets you more.
At the ongoing COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, India expressed strong dissatisfaction over the reluctance of developed countries to engage meaningfully on climate finance and the Mitigation Work Programme, or MWP. India aligned its stance with the views expressed by the like-minded developing countries, LMDCs, the Arab Group and the African Group of Negotiators, or AGN. India's statement.
And now let's go back to Nigeria in Abuja. On your screens, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi being honored or conferred upon one of the highest and prestigious awards in Nigeria, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, by His Excellency the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This marks the 17th International Award being conferred upon the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, by a foreign nation on a foreign soil. Prime Minister Modi of India is the second foreign dignitary upon receiving this award, this honour. Earlier in 1969, Queen Elizabeth was the only foreign dignitary so far who has been awarded the GCON, or the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. This happened in 1969, and after several decades, the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, being honoured, accorded this special gesture by the Nigerian government under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of Nigeria, honouring India's Prime Minister with its award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Prime Minister Modi is in Nigeria on the invitation of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on your screens. Prime Minister landed in Nigeria on 16, that's yesterday. And also to reiterate, this will be in fact the first visit by a Prime Minister of India to Nigeria, coming after a long gap of 17 years. Only to reiterate and exemplify the amount of significance, importance and rare honour that the Nigerian government is according to the Indian top leadership. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, is being accorded with this rare honour, prestigious honour. On your screens, the ceremony, the formal ceremony where His Excellency President Tinubu awarding or honouring Prime Minister of India with this award, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. This being the 17th International Award or 17th International Rare Honour conferred upon the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, by a foreign nation.
The ऑनर ऑफ द नाइजर से सम्मानित किए जाने पर मैं आपका, नाइजीरिया की सरकार और लोगों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं इस सम्मान को विनम्रता और आदर भाव से स्वीकार करता हूं और इस सम्मान को 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों और भारत नाइजीरिया की गहरी मित्रता को समर्पित करता हूं। यह सम्मान हमें भारत और नाइजीरिया के बीच स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने के लिए प्रेरित करता रहेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और नाइजीरिया के संबंध आपसी सहयोग, सद्भाव और परस्पर सम्मान पर आधारित है। दो वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसीज और डायनेमिक इकोनॉमीज के ग्रुप में हम मिलकर दोनों देशों के लोगों की भलाई के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। दोनों देशों में सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक विविधता हमारी पहचान है, हमारी ताकत है। नाइजीरिया के रिन्यूड होप एजेंडा और विकसित भारत 2047 के बीच कई समानताएं पिछले साल राष्ट्रपति तिनुबू की भारत यात्रा से हमारे संबंधों में नया आयाम जुड़ा है। आज अपने आपसी सहयोग को और अधिक सुदृढ़ और व्यापक बनाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। अर्थव्यवस्था, ऊर्जा, कृषि, सुरक्षा, फिनटेक, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम स्केल एंटरप्राइजेज और सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्रों में नई संभावनाओं की पहचान की है। एक करीबी और विश्वसनीय पार्टनर के रूप में नाइजीरिया के लोगों की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप स्किल डेवलपमेंट और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर विशेष रूप से बल दिया जाएगा। नाइजीरिया में रहने वाले 60,000 से अधिक भारतीय समुदाय हमारे संबंधों में अहम कड़ी है। उनकी देखभाल के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति तिनुबू और उनकी सरकार का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, अफ्रीका में नाइजीरिया की बहुत बड़ी और सकारात्मक भूमिका रही है और अफ्रीका के साथ करीबी सहयोग भारत की उच्च प्राथमिकता रहा है। हमारे सभी प्रयासों में हम नाइजीरिया जैसे मित्र देश के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आगे बढ़े हैं। भारत और नाइजीरिया भी मिलकर दोनों देशों के लोगों और पूरे अफ्रीका महाद्वीप की समृद्धि के लिए मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम करीबी समन्वय के साथ काम करते हुए ग्लोबल साउथ के हितों और प्राथमिकताओं को महत्व देंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर इस सम्मान के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
All right, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi there making his remarks upon receiving the grand honor, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, the second highest award of Nigeria. And on your screens you can see the President of Nigeria conferring that great honor upon Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi. Prime Minister in fact started his brief speech by accepting the honor with an, I quote, gratitude and all humility. Prime Minister Modi dedicating this award not only to the 140 crore Indians back home, but also dedicating this rare honor to the growing ties between India and Nigeria. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi, Prime Minister also mentioned that how not only this award but his visit is going to only elevate the relationship between India and Nigeria to new heights. Prime Minister Modi also spoke about how India and Nigeria are two vibrant democracies and also pointed out various commonalities between the two. He also spoke about the renewed hope agenda of Nigeria, how that is going to work in tandem with the Viksit Bharat vision of India. He spoke about the diaspora being an integral part as far as the growing ties and the warming of ties between India and Nigeria is concerned. Prime Minister outlined the role of Nigeria in African continent and also how India is committed to walk shoulder to shoulder with Nigeria and take this cooperation to next level. And towards the end, Prime Minister specifically spoke about how Nigeria and India have identified their shared vision and priorities to further the interests of the global south. Okay. So with that, that's all for this edition of DT India Live. But let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. You can go to our website. You can also get us latest news and updates. This is the mobile app you can download on your phones, Android or iOS. Scan this QR code. I'm going to take a short break here. On the other side, our special programming continues on the other side, tracking the visit of Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi to Nigeria. Don't go away. Stay with us.
19th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium, we'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
19th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India. G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium, we'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
19th G20 meeting taking place in Rio on the 18th and 19th of this month. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be participating here as well, along with the leaders of the world's 20 largest economies who will be deliberating on key issues such as eliminating hunger and poverty, sustainable development. For all the latest on the 2024 G20 summit in Rio, join me, Gautam Roy, only on DD India.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront
Hello and welcome. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran and you're watching our rolling coverage of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Nigeria. Now, it's an Indian Prime Minister's first visit to the West African country in 17 years. Now, Prime Minister Modi reached Abuja on Sunday on the first leg of his three-nation tour of the Global South, Nigeria, Brazil and Guyana. Now, Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said on social media platform X that he will seek to expand the strategic partnership between Nigeria and India and enhance cooperation in critical sectors. Prime Minister Modi replied to President Tinubu by thanking him for a warm welcome. Prime Minister Modi and President Tinubu have since concluded their talks, so we'll soon take you live to Abuja, where Prime Minister Modi is set to address the Indian diaspora. We'll get you the latest from our correspondent there. We'll also be joined by guests who will put the visit in its proper context for you. Right, India's Prime Minister Modi held talks with Nigeria's President Tinubu in Abuja on Sunday. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the West African nation aims to deepen the strategic partnership. Prime Minister Modi was welcomed by President Tinubu earlier in the day. Delegation-level talks were held between India and Nigeria. The two leaders spoke about adding momentum to their strategic partnership. Prime Minister Modi said that there is immense scope for ties to flourish even further in sectors such as defense, energy, technology, trade, health and education. The Prime Minister also spoke about tackling challenges such as terrorism, separatism, piracy and drug smuggling together. Besides, the Prime Minister said that both nations will continue to highlight the priorities of the Global South. Prime Minister Modi hoped that the talks will open a new chapter in their relations. He noted that the Indian diaspora in Nigeria is crucial to the relationship.
आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद, पायरेसी या ड्रग तस्करी जैसी चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करते रहे हैं और मजबूती से हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे। नाइजीरिया में रहने वाले 60,000 से ज्यादा भारतीय समुदाय के लोग हमारे संबंधों में अहम कड़ी हैं। उनकी देखभाल के लिए एक गार्डियन के रूप में आप जो उनको संभालते हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की हमारी वार्ता से हमारे संबंधों में नया अध्याय जुड़ेगा और हम मिलकर वैश्विक स्तर पर ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को उजागर करते रहेंगे और हमारे संयुक्त प्रयासों से सफलता भी मिलेगी।
Narendra Modi received the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. It marks the 17th International Award conferred on Prime Minister Modi by a foreign nation. The Prime Minister became the second foreign dignitary to receive this honor. The late Queen Elizabeth is the only foreign dignitary to be given this award way back in 1969. The Prime Minister says that India and Nigeria will continue to raise a voice for the interest of the Global South. He thanked the Nigerian President for awarding on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians. India's Prime Minister Modi thanked the government and people of Nigeria for the honor.
यह सम्मान केवल मेरा नहीं, लेकिन ये सम्मान 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है और यह भारत नाइजीरिया के सदियों पुराने जो संबंध है, उन संबंधों का सम्मान है और इस सम्मान के लिए मैं नाइजीरिया का, आपके सरकार का और देशवासियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
All right, let's take you live now to Abuja for an Indian Foreign Ministry news conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you to this special briefing on the ongoing state visit of the Prime Minister of India to Nigeria. We have with us Shri Damu Ravi, Secretary Economic Relations in the Ministry of External Affairs, to brief us on the visit. We are also joined by our High Commissioner to Nigeria, Shri G. Balasubramaniam. With that, I give the floor to Secretary ER to make his opening remarks. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randeep. Well, good afternoon to all of you, and I would like to give you a just brief overview of today's discussions. As you are aware, the Prime Minister of India, Honorable Sri Narendra Modi ji, is on a state visit to Nigeria. This is his first visit to Nigeria and to the West African nation. This visit of the Prime Minister of India to Nigeria is happening after a gap of 17 years. We just concluded the official talks, and let me give you a snapshot of the visit so far. Prime Minister arrived in Abuja yesterday evening, as you all are aware. Upon arrival, he was received by Minister for Federal Capital Territory, Her Excellency, His Excellency Nyesom Ezonwo Wike, who offered the key to the city of Abuja to Prime Minister. This was a special gesture from the Nigerian side. At the airport, a large number of Indian community members had also gathered to greet Prime Minister. Similar was the case upon his arrival at the hotel. This morning, Honorable Prime Minister was received by President Tinubu at the State House and accorded a ceremonial welcome with 21-gun salute. Thereafter, the two leaders held talks in two formats. First, at the one-on-one meeting, and thereafter a meeting at the delegation level. Prime Minister and President Tinubu reaffirmed their support and commitment to strengthening India-Nigeria strategic partnership. Prime Minister fondly recalled the visit of President Tinubu to India for the G20 meeting in September 2023. He also conveyed sympathies for the destruction caused by the recent floods in the country. The two leaders discussed bilateral cooperation in the field of trade, investment, defense, security, education, health, culture, and people-to-people level at the delegation-level talks. And the two leaders also focused on further enhancing the strategic partnership in various sectors, in particular in agriculture, pharma, railways, transportation, and development cooperation fields. As you all are aware, the India-Nigerian relationship is very strong, underpinned by a strong economic cooperation and trade and investments. There are about 200 Indian companies who have invested about $27 billion in this country, and the two leaders have discussed ways to further expand this economic partnership for the mutual benefit of the two countries. Indian companies are also creating a large number of jobs in Nigeria. Capacity building with a large number of scholarship and digital education methods, Nigerian students have availed significant facilities both in this country and also in India under the ITEC program. Both leaders have also discussed global and regional issues, and in that context they have reiterated their commitment to further deepen their commitment to the Global South and how to take forward the agenda of the Global South in the global discourse, particularly to meet the aspirations of developing countries. In keeping with the very special ties shared between India and Nigeria, President Tinubu conferred on Honorable Prime Minister Modi the highest award of the Order of Niger. The Grand Commander of the Order of Niger for his contribution to strengthening India-Nigeria ties. Prime Minister Modi is the first foreign leader to be conferred this national award since 1969. While accepting the award, Prime Minister dedicated the honor to India-Nigeria friendship and to the people of India. During the talks, there have been exchanges of 3 memorandum of understandings covering the areas of cultural exchange program, customs cooperation, and survey cooperation. President Tinubu hosted a state banquet in honor of Prime Minister Modi. In short, while from now Prime Minister will address a gathering of the Indian community in Nigeria. As you're aware, the Indian diaspora has deep roots in Nigeria. There are about 60,000 Indian diaspora in Nigeria who are involved very successfully in several areas of the economic cooperation and partnerships. They have been living in this country for several decades, and their contribution to Nigerian society is widely recognized. In the evening, later, Prime Minister will depart Abuja for Rio de Janeiro to participate in the G20 summit, where Nigeria has also been invited as a guest country. I'll stop here, and if any further questions, I'll be happy to take, me and my colleagues on the dais. Thank you.
We now open the floor for questions. As you ask a question, please do introduce yourself so that we get you right in our records. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. My name is Innocent Odo. I write for leadership newspapers. You have mentioned quite a number of very important areas of collaboration between Nigeria and your country, India, where our president has also discussed with your prime minister. So I'm just looking at the area of agriculture that you mentioned, and we're more specific about building the capacity of the Nigerian agro-commodity farmers to build their to build up their businesses in Nigeria using the Indian connection. How much of that do you think will boost that capacity, according to the discussion you have with the Prime Minister has with our President? And the other one is that you mentioned the issue of the Global South. Things are changing around the world right now, because see, the U.S. election has introduced Donald Trump as the new president of America. So how can we collaborate with India to boost the chances of the Global South in the complex and complicated international politics, especially at this current time? Thank you, sir.
More question, please.
So I'm Vishal from DD News Delhi. My question is, India has now become an exporter in defense production. Defense products are being exported to around 100 countries. So was there any discussion on the defense issue, because companies from India, they had a kind of show here in Abuja, I was told by the High Commissioner. And the second one is regarding the digital economy. India has set an example across the world. So is Nigeria also ready to take on the experience and expertise of India?
We have a question there.
Good afternoon. My name is Benny Ark. I'm a correspondent with Channels Television, Abuja. My question will go to the High Commissioner for India to Nigeria, and that's given Nigeria-Indian historical ties, what steps have been taken to address trade imbalances, and also what implementing strategy during this visit of the PM to the President was discussed to also see how this goes down to local SMEs and not just the large corporations. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. My name is Emmanuel Lebeke, I write for Vanguard. I want to ask, with all these areas of cooperation between India and Nigeria, Nigeria at this moment is in their need of investment in the area of oil and gas. Especially this period, the President just removed the fuel subsidy, which is biting very hard on Nigerians. So I want to ask, with the coming of the Prime Minister, are you also looking into the area of investing in Nigeria oil and gas sector? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. My name is Bridget Anochie, and I am of the Guardian newspaper. Yes, I want to ask concerning, the area of pharmaceutical and medicine generally. We know that India is one of the destinations for medical tourism, and with this friendship, strengthened or renewed relationship, do we see possibilities of more Indian hospitals in Nigeria with experts to handle excuse me, those major terminal sicknesses that Nigerians usually go to India, at least to save the cost? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So what I'll do is some which I can answer, I'll do it myself. Then I will ask the High Commissioner to supplement them. Well, first question on the Global South, and in the context, there is a very strong commitment for both leaders to deepen this understanding that the agenda of the development, which is so dear to the Global South countries, is taken forward, and the global discourse is built on that development agenda. I think India and Nigeria are well positioned to play that role. Both now in the G20, India is a strong partner, and also African Union, which is now a permanent member of G20, and Nigeria is a very strong country within the AU, and is also an invitee country for the G20. Also, Nigeria, given that it's become a partner country in the BRICS, in different ways, both India and Nigeria can take up the agenda of development and put it in the center of the global discourse. And that's the idea, and both leaders have discussed about the need to continuously address the aspirations and challenges of the countries in the Global South. On the development issues, we talked about the sharing of experiences between the two countries. There also, through the Voice of the Global South, Nigeria has actively participated in the Voice of the Global South Summit that India has organized, and Prime Minister leadership took the lead in that. Nigeria has been continuously with us on that front. And also in the context of Global South itself, there is a need for sharing of experiences. Some of the low-cost solutions that India has developed are very effectively implemented in our own country, can be customized to the countries in the Global South. And Nigeria can play a catalyst role and also a partnership role on that front. So I think the official delegations and experts subsequently will be talking about this, and both sides will be discussing further how we can take forward. In the digital space, there is a lot to achieve. In the energy space, in the renewable energy space, to fight the climate change, there is again a significant scope for both countries to come forward. On the agriculture front, yes, there have been a serious talk today in the delegation-level talks, this including on how we can both India and Nigeria work towards the food security concept in the global south for developing countries. And in that context, the idea of seed supplies, the mechanization, the tractors, research and development, collaboration on that front, and storage and distribution, the lentils, all these ideas came up in the delegation-level talks. But I think we will be further building on these ideas subsequently at the expert level. And there is a lot of scope. I think Nigeria and many African countries provides that opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs to be able to grow food crops in this part of the world and help in the food security. I think those are the ideas. I'll ask High Commissioner to supplement on other items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. You had asked about the trade imbalances and what steps are being taken. There are new areas. While Indian companies are very strong in the traditional areas of manufacturing in Nigeria, with more than 200 companies having invested $27 billion in the economy here, there are new areas that are being identified, which include, as we discussed, the agriculture part of it, particularly say lentils and other things which are being considered as a possibility. Then irrigation services, hybrid seed development, research and development on good seeds, climate resistant seeds and other things are being considered, so that that area can also come into focus between the two countries. So we talked about mining, we talked about various issues pertaining to small and medium enterprises, the skill development part of it. Already we have some expert who had been training for more than 6 months in Smedan over here, entrepreneurial development skills. And also through the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, where we have been sending people to India for skill development, that also came into focus. So we would be considering all these things to, one, diversify the areas of our cooperation in trade and economic relations, as well as to strengthen our trade cooperation. You did ask about oil and gas investment. There was a very good concentration of topic on oil and gas investment. Some Indian companies are already working on the CNG areas, which is the focus area of the President also. There are companies which are working in CNG citywide network, as well as setting up the outlets for CNG over here. CNG kits are being also sent over here so that it can be put in the cars and vehicles to use the CNG. On pharma and medicine, you already know that there are nearly $4 billion of investment by Indian companies in the pharmaceutical sector here. There is already existing eye hospitals of India here in Abuja and in Lagos, as well as another multi-speciality hospital. I can also tell you that there is going to be a bigger hospital, a 300-bedded hospital that has come up in Abuja, which will be opened very shortly with expat doctors and technicians and others from India with modern technology. So that hospital chain would also be expanding itself into the other geopolitical areas too. So there is a lot of activity taking place in the healthcare sector too. Thank you.
Vishal, you have a question? Okay, please.
We are also very proud that it's not only the Prime Minister is here after 17 years, but it is also the highest national award that has been conferred upon the Prime Minister. So how does it reflect on the growing relations between the two countries, and also on India's position as the leader of Global South?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Vishal. Let me clarify that point to you. In a ceremony today at the State House, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, conferred the National Award on Prime Minister as the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger for the statesmanship of Honorable Prime Minister and his stellar contribution to fostering India-Nigeria ties. The award and citation notes that under Prime Minister's visionary leadership, India has been positioned as a global powerhouse, and his transformative governance has fostered unity, peace, and shared prosperity for all. Now, just coming back to your item on the defense cooperation, as you know that both the countries have a joint defense committee which is headed by the respective ministries at the joint secretary level. India has helped in the setting up of the National Defense College here and also the Naval War College. So, there is an ongoing cooperation in the defense and also a lot of capacity building under ITEC is being rendered. And also purchase of equipment. This is an ongoing thing on a commercial basis. So the defense cooperation is deepening between the two countries. I'll pause here if there are any questions.
Last question.
Hello.
Yeah, there. Okay. Please, you go ahead.
Okay, Your Excellency. My name is Francis Udojo. I report for Nigerian Television Authority. My question is towards the economic growth of India that has been rated to about 7.2%. This is a wonderful growth. We would like to ask, what kind of policy, what would you say is the major policy put in place that has given India this kind of growth? And what should Nigeria do to reach this point? And then my last question is this. In terms of politics, Nigeria is doing well too. We are trying. And we are looking at ICT, the use of ICT. In what way can Nigeria boost this aspect of technology to help our electoral system?
Thank you.
It's a nice question, but
Okay. So my name is Joshua Odeyemi. I write for Daily Trust newspaper. So Nigeria is one of the African countries that is interested in occupying the proposed permanent seat for African countries, and the country is currently seeking cooperation and support from other countries. I don't know if these issues were discussed. If this issue was discussed during the Prime Minister's discussion with the President, and was India's position in if India will support Nigeria?
Well, on your question about economic growth and how India has been able to achieve such high levels of growth consistently, in the global south, we all have to learn from each other, and that's very fundamental. And there are certain practices that India has introduced, initiatives that have been introduced in the last 10 years have really reaped huge benefits. Focus on infrastructure, corridors that have been built along the national infrastructure, roads, railways, airports. I think that is what fuels the economic growth. Then a lot of focus on the ICT, the digital infrastructure that has been created. I think that brought in a lot of transparency and benefits, and also enabled the common man empowerment. And then in the economic sphere, while the big industry has a big role in developing capacities, but a lot of focus on the MSME, because we should not forget that the micro, small and medium enterprises have a big role in terms of job creation and sustaining the jobs at the local level. And Prime Minister himself has focused significantly on the policies that will enable ease of doing business. And now he's also talking about ease of living. And I think in the combination of factors. So we also know that, like Nigeria, in India too, we have very young people in the country. So what is essential is the right education and the skilling. So Skill India, under the initiative Skill India, there's a lot of emphasis on making youngsters, while they are doing formal education, also be able to pick up good skills for the use of the industry. And that's an ongoing program, and we are very committed to that. The Prime Minister initiatives have yielded a lot of benefit for the economic growth. But it's a multi-pronged approach. We cannot say there's only one policy that has helped us. In several ways, I think it's helping the economy grow forward. But we would also like to partner with countries like Nigeria. I know both of us have similar challenges and aspirations. These are developmental challenges. People are increasingly aware and they're aspirational in the way their outlook is. So we can learn from each other. We can help each other to move forward. I think India and Nigeria are that way well positioned to partner. In terms of the question on the permanent UN Security Council membership, this is an ongoing exercise, and we need to build this understanding that there's a need for the UN reform, and that is the fundamental. The world has changed since the 1945 and when the UN came into existence, and thereafter there has not been much change. So in terms of the global governance, it's important that the reform takes place, and that can only happen when countries like ours, India, Nigeria, and a large number in the global south are able to speak with one voice on the need for reform and accelerate that process. So that's that in that sense, Nigeria and India are on the same page. We have to keep working on that in different forums to sensitize the countries on the need for our positions in terms of the expansion of the UN Security Council has been same, but Africa has its own consensus to be arrived at, a Sylvania consensus. So, but I think we should begin with the idea that the reform is necessary and it has to be done quickly. Thank you very much, and I think we are running out of time. There is a community address by Prime Minister just now.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the close of this press briefing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence.
Right, you are watching an Indian Foreign Ministry press conference live from Abuja, Nigeria. Let me quickly recap for the benefit of viewers tuning in right now about what was discussed in that press conference. The Indian Foreign Ministry, first of all, saying that 3 MOUs were signed yesterday. One on culture, another on custom, and a third one on cooperation in surveys. Development partnership was discussed at some length in the delegation-level talks between the two principals, Prime Minister Modi and President Tinubu. Agriculture and food security was among the key topics of discussion as well, in terms of cooperating in seeds, in mechanization, R&D, as well as storage. Trade imbalance was another issue that came up for discussion. New areas were identified, including agriculture, irrigation, climate resilient seeds, mining, oil and gas in terms of energy security, CNG and CNG kits for vehicles operating in Nigeria. Pharmaceuticals was one of the bedrock of India-Nigeria ties. And last but not the least, a new 300-bed multi-speciality hospital is coming up in Abuja that will benefit a large number of people living in Abuja, and it's on the outskirts of the city as well. Right, that was all about the MEA press conference. Let me now bring in my guests who are joining us on this special broadcast. Joining me are Mr. A.R. Ghanashyam and Ms. Ruchita Berry. Mr. Ghanashyam is a former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, and Ms. Berry is a Senior Fellow at the Vivekananda International Foundation, New Delhi. High Commissioner Ghanashyam, Ms. Berry, welcome to DD India. If I may start with you, High Commissioner Ghanashyam, what can you tell us about the Indian diaspora in terms of its population, contribution to strengthening India-Nigeria relations? I ask you this because we are standing by for Prime Minister's address to the Indian diaspora.
Well, firstly, I must say that the diaspora of India in Nigeria has been in Nigeria for a very long time. And the number of companies which the Ministry of External Affairs announced as 200, these are the diaspora members who have moved to Nigeria and stayed there. And a large number of Indians did go there after the first 2 Prime Ministers of Nigeria and India met in 1962. That is the time when the first Prime Minister of Nigeria asked India, we have a large number of children, but we have no schools and teachers. We have a large number of patients, we have no hospitals and doctors, and we have a large new government, but we have no trained civil servants, and we need to build roads and railways. We have no engineers. So the Indian Prime Minister had to tell them, Excellency, you are asking for practically everything. But immediately after that, teams of experts started going to Nigeria, and so much so for the first two 2.5 decades of the independence of Nigeria, it was India which ran the government of Nigeria, it was India which ran the railways of Nigeria, it was India which built roads in Nigeria. Too much, I must say, when I presented my credentials to the President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, he told me one thing, you know, High Commissioner, an entire generation of Nigerians were taught by Indian teachers and were treated by Indian doctors, and they grew up wearing Indian apparel and watching Indian clothes. Wherever you go in my country, you will find that India has enormous goodwill. And I traveled in more than half the states of the country in my tenure, and I found it to be true. So this is the impact of the diaspora of India. Even today, people who are in their 50s and 60s nostalgically remember the stories of their Indian teachers, stories of their Indian doctors, and the movies which they saw in the good old days, and the story goes on. And the new generation of Indian diaspora are of course better qualified, and they are far more educated, and they are possibly richer compared to the first ones who went. And this is an ongoing process, and hopefully it will have a major say in the future cooperation between the two countries.
Absolutely fascinating indeed. Ms. Berry, coming to you now, we just heard from the Indian Foreign Ministry spokesperson and the other senior diplomats briefing journalists about the just concluded talks between India and Nigeria. What did you make of Prime Minister Modi's talks with Nigeria's President Tinubu?
Thank you for your question. I think what is very clear is that India and Nigeria have shared very warm relations, and this was something which was underlined during the talk. The fact that the Prime Minister was conferred with the order of the commander.
Ms. Berry, I'm afraid I have to interrupt you there. We are taking you live to Abuja for the Indian Prime Minister's address to the diaspora.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। सन्नू नाइजीरिया। नमस्ते। आज आपने अबुजा में अजूबा कर दिया है। अबुजा में अद्भुत समा बांध दिया है, और ये सब देख करके कल शाम से मैं देख रहा हूं, ऐसा लगता है मैं अबुजा में नहीं बल्कि भारत के ही किसी शहर में मौजूद हूं। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग लेगोस, कानो, कड़ूना और पोर्ट हारकोर्ट से ऐसे अलग इलाकों से अबुजा पहुंचे हैं, और आपके चेहरे की ये चमक, आपका ये उत्साह, जितना आप यहां आने के लिए उत्सुक थे, उतना ही मैं भी आपसे